speak to a tangential matter, but having the opportunity to provide care for my recently passed mum. I also have the privilege, and I'm just setting context as to why I believe this bill is important and why it should occupy our attention, whether or not you have a sore throat. The second oldest, in terms of persons in Barbados life, those who've been resident here. I know there was a gentleman from St. George. I do not remember how long he lived, but I had, up until 2021, then the oldest living resident of Barbados, Melville Uriah Williams. Some in the horse racing fraternity know him as a saddler, and I had many conversations with him while he was a super centenarian, well, before he was a super centenarian, but also while he was a super centenarian. So those connections with aging persons and facilities causes me to be fulsome in my support for this proposed piece of legislation, this bill that deals with the protection of older persons. Now, one of the matters that we have to consider when we speak about older persons is culture. And I say culture not to speak to crop over or those kinds of things. But a society is able to grow, a society is able to build, a society is able to expand, a society is able to become sustainable when the foundation upon which it is built is strong, and when those who have built the foundation are respected. Because respect for the builders causes those who come after to be able to soar, to be able to stand on shoulders and do better than generations before them. It is important, therefore, that both by legislation, but also by inculcating in our people, and I'm hoping that this bill will not just become a piece of legislation, but that it will trigger in us some work, some necessary work, to build respect for older people, respect for what they have done, and respect for what they possess, what they carry with them, which is the embodiment of our development. And so from a developmental perspective, it is important for us to come to grips with those who have been the developers. It is important for us to use this legislation to sensitize the rest of us that sitting with older people, having conversations with older people, understanding their experiences, understanding some of the challenges that they faced as they built for us, understanding how they were able to overcome many of the challenges that they face. It's important for us at this juncture. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it is important for a civilization at any juncture to come face to face with ancestors, with older people, and to be able to understand and move forward. Understanding where we have come from is important to moving forward. Now, that has become almost cliche. But understanding where we have come from comes not just from reading books. It comes from interacting with those who have built. It comes from engaging with those who have done much heavy lifting for us. We recall, as we faced the pandemic in 2020, our Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, would speak from time to time about the pandemic 100 years before. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that recognizing that our foreparents were able to navigate that pandemic without many of the comforts that we enjoy today, that people were able to navigate that pandemic gave us hope, even if we were not fully aware, understanding that there was one before, and that people like us, our foreparents, were able to, as we would say in the country, get through. They were able to get through it, provided for us who lived through the COVID-19 pandemic, that understanding and maybe that assurance that you could come out on the other end of a pandemic. Scared, bruised, but you could come out at the other end of a pandemic. The value of our older people. The reason why we need to have protection, both inculcated but also legislated, to ensure that older people are not taken advantage of, are not exploited. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South spoke to some of the exploitation, and all of us who are MPs see it from time to time. I'm aware that a former member from St. George North said that we cannot legislate a culture. That is true. And that is the reason why we have to use opportunities like this. Opportunities when we are debating legislation, when we're going to be enacting legislation, to have parallel conversations that go beyond the legislation, that seek to influence a culture. All of us who are members of Parliament have, as does the Social Empowerment Agency, we are all faced from time to time with situations where, and I'll just use an example, somebody has passed away and relatives need some assistance with the burial process, the funeral arrangements. And if you ask 2 or 3 questions, you find out who was receiving the pension check. And if you ask a couple more questions to find out, so where is that person in the funeral arrangements? You know, what role is that person playing? Too often, I've not done a study, so I cannot give you a percentage, but too often, the response gives you the understanding that that recipient has now become strangely absent when there is cost involved. And the Honourable Member also spoke to the fact that once you get past that, then those who are not around turn up, particularly if there is land or bank accounts involved. Oppressing, discriminating against, mistreating our older people takes many forms. And once we are able to recognize the value of our older persons, then I believe that we're able to address some of these other issues. Human beings treat to things or people that they value in a different way from how they treat to things or people that they do not value. And one of the reasons why we have some of the challenges that we have with respect to how our older people are treated is because of the lack of value that we place on them. And I want to use this opportunity to say to Barbadians, and I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not saying it because the gray on my face is increasing. But I really want to say to Barbadians that often our older people just need somebody to talk to share experiences with. They do not want to leave this world without having passed on their experiences. Conversation, socializing with, is part of valuing. Because in order to have a conversation with an older person who may repeat themselves, a few times in this story, it means you have to invest time. You have to invest time if you're going to treat to an older person as if they have value. And using the words of value and investing kind of sums up what I really want to say to this Honourable Chamber and to say to Barbados as part of this debate. All older people have value. They have immense value, and that value goes beyond the land or house that they're going to leave, and it goes beyond the bank account that they're going to leave, or that some of them leave. The value that they bring to the table, that they have, as a matter of fact, because they're at the table before us, the value that they have, the value that is at the table, is the value of shoulders upon which to stand, foundation upon which to build. And if we are to continue developing as a country, when it says a country, I'm going beyond GDP. Because GDP is an economic indicator, a measure of production and increases in production. But when I say development in this debate, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about holistic development. Development as an economy in terms of what we produce, development in terms of how we value each other, development in terms of how we interact with each other, development with respect to quality of both life and quality of living. That is what we refer to as development. And if, as a civilized society, we are to truly develop on all cylinders, in all aspects, all facets of our development, if we are to really move forward, then we will have, as part of that development, to come to grips with the fact that our older people are valuable and that they need to be treated as valuable. Now, I spoke earlier to the matter of the history and the heritage that our older people have. When I was in tourism, the tourism industry, one of the things we always said was that no other destination can replicate your history and heritage. Every country in this world has developed in a different way. So in the Middle East, you can build Palm Island. You can create beaches like the beaches we have in Barbados. You can plant coconut trees. You can recreate buildings that look just like buildings somewhere else. You can never recreate or imitate the heritage or the history, because that is unique in terms of how development takes place in a particular space. That unique heritage and history has value not just for being able to stand on shoulders, which is what I said earlier, but it also has tangible economic value. Stories have to be told, and stories can only be told if stories are known. And so the stories that drive industries, and as an example, I give the tourism is maybe what I know better than some other things. As we went into Brazil some years ago, 2008 to be exact, when the Brazilian airline, the name I forget, when we brought Gol to Barbados in 2008, it was around the middle of the year. I had just become president of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. But one of the things that we said as we brought Gol to Barbados was that we needed to remind Brazilians that this was not their first foray into Barbados. The newspapers, The Advocate, and there was another newspaper around the turn of last century, early 1900s, that recorded many letters to the editor speaking about the Brazilians in Barbados, how rowdy they were because they've apparently for hundreds of years loved partying, and how they would desecrate Sundays at the Hastings Rocks area with their music and their dancing and those kinds of things. Sharing that history connected with some of the tour operators in Brazil. And we were able to, for some time, get the benefit of being able to share the story. I sat on another occasion. It was what we call a familiarization trip. So there were some tour operators from Colombia. We were looking to bring Avianca to Barbados. And I sat at a table at Royal Pavilion Hotel. I remember very, very clearly because the reaction still comes to my mind very often. A number of us from the local tourism sector sat with some of these tour operators, and we started to talk about the history of the country. Now, these were from Colombia. We spoke about sugar, its development, and shared with them that one of the reasons there are so many windmills around is because of the technology brought to Barbados by Sephardic Jews out of Brazil. I remember, Mr. Speaker, one gentleman sitting up straight. And after we were finished, he said to us, he is descended from Sephardic Jews. And Mr. Speaker, he left that dinner so pumped up about Barbados because of the connection that he had, that he found out that he had with the country. I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, the story that I was able to share was a story that older people had passed on. I was not around when the Sephardic Jews brought the windmill technology to Barbados in the mid-1600s. And so, beside the intrinsic human value of older people, there's also value from a more economic, and the reason why I'm saying it after I talk about the human, because I don't want to make them seem equivalent. The value of a human being will always be more than economic value. So I mentioned it after. But you can get significant economic value from the history that older people bring to the table. And we have to understand that if we, and I repeat, are to progress as a nation, both from a societal perspective and from an economic perspective, we have to engage our older people, we have to embrace our older people, we have to protect our older people, we have to care for those who have gone before us. We have to value them. We have to value what they bring to the table. There are a few issues, speaking more contemporarily, that this bill throws up, but there are also some that we have to consider beyond what the bill itself throws up. There's the matter of the cost of care in Barbados. I share here, Mr. Speaker, that we took care of my mom at home, right at her home. I will tell you that if I did not have the means, and if she did not have a decent pension, what we wanted to do for my mom, we would not have been able to do. Because my mom got to the point where she needed 24-hour care. And 24-hour care is expensive. It is expensive. And while it is not the purpose of this bill to speak to it, I think both the minister and the former minister alluded to it. Government is, along with putting these legal structures in place, government is also focused on the matter of providing care. The elder care program was one of those, having somebody to engage with our seniors, but providing residential care, whether it is 24-hour, and we know the geriatric hospital, but the geriatric hospital will never be able to hold everybody who needs care. We also talk about daycare, where persons can be taken to a location where they can engage with others. I say, though, Mr. Speaker, that for those who want to take care of their elderly parents or other relatives, there is a significant cost. And that is one that we have to come to grips with and continue to find avenues where we can provide the care that our older people need, that they deserve, that they, Mr. Speaker, have earned through their work and their contribution to our society. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South spoke about the situation we have of older persons, particularly parents, being left at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. I have to say to this chamber, through you, Mr. Speaker, that I have, over the last 3 or 4 months, seen an alternative perspective on that issue. Now, I have no doubt that many of the families that leave their elderly relatives at the QEH have abandoned them in the sense of in our understanding of the word abandoned. But in the last 4 months, I've come also to understand that there is a reality that some households face. I received a call from a person who was looking after their mother. Their mother was admitted to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. She recovered to the point where she could be discharged. To be discharged, she would need someone to take care of her while at home. She was well enough to leave the hospital. She did not need clinical care, but she needed care nonetheless. The person who spoke to me about their mother said to me, if I am to do this, I will not be able to work. The person said to me, if I remain working, I still can't do it because my pay is not enough to engage someone to look after my mother. Now, that is not licensed to leave people at the QH. So I want to be very clear that that is not what I am saying. That person faced a reality that they had to deal with. It was a reality they had to deal with. But I'm saying, and I go back to talking about legislating a culture, that scenario also speaks not just to older persons and the care of older persons, but it speaks to a breakdown in our society. Because there would have been a time when that person could have called on others in the community to assist in taking care of that elderly person. It is of it is not the fault of the person who I spoke to that the community is broken down. But that person is in a quandary, placed in a quandary because of the breakdown of the structure of our society. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, I say that this bill allows us to have some other but related conversations. We cannot legislate love for people. We cannot legislate respect for people. We cannot legislate that a person must engage with older people. But having this bill in this honorable chamber today allows us to put on the front burner that there are things about our society that we need to address. The matter of the provision of care, especially in a society, in a country that is aging. We are very soon going to be a super-aged country. In a society and in a country that is aging, the matter of care, how we provide that care, what are the mechanisms in place to deliver that care becomes vitally important. There is a cost, and in Barbados, in our democratic socialist tradition, we believe in socializing care. And socializing care is not just social empowerment agency or social security. Socializing care also means society coming together, not just paying taxes for government to provide care, but coming together as a society to provide that care, helping each other look after somebody, a few minutes, an hour, a couple of hours, so that our older people are looked after. Our society, our country has to have that conversation, and in many cases, we have to have the conversation with ourselves. How do we see our older people? What is my responsibility in taking care of my mother, aunts, uncles, grandparents? What is my responsibility? What should I be doing as a decent human being who is being born on the shoulders of these people? What is my responsibility? So, Mr. Speaker, the cost is a matter that we have to take into consideration. Facilities are also critically important. There are people who go out to work. Facilities, and I'm happy that I'm part of a government that is focused on that. I think there's to be work done, the Honourable Member for Christchurch, West Central, I think at Stirling. And I know that government's position is that in every parish, there must be facilities where our older people can go, even if only to socialize. We must have those facilities. Socializing is critically important. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South already spoke to COVID and how it almost targeted our older people. I was responsible for helping to create protocols for funerals. Now, I go to funerals, I go to lots of funerals. I know, by attending funerals, that funeral services provide a social environment for many of our older people. And having to say, well, only 10 people at a funeral meant that our older people suffered. But I speak to facilities because outside of those extreme situations, we have to make sure as a country that is we practice social democracy, well, democratic socialists, because there's a difference between social democracy and democratic socialism. And I am very clear about democratic socialism. We have to make sure that there are spaces and places where our older people can go to socialize. My mother, in her latter years, suffered with dementia. And That caused me, because you know sometimes you don't realize things until they hit home at you. That caused me to become very concerned about this whole matter of socializing, interacting, and keeping your brain active. And so these spaces, these facilities, must allow our older people to be able to come together, to socialize, and also to keep their brains active so that they can stave off dementia and Alzheimer's for as long as is possible. These are things that we have to be thinking about, and I know that these are things that this government is thinking about. And then the matter of protection from abuse. We have to sensitize our people, Mr. Speaker, again about the value of people. And abuse comes in all kinds of forms, all shapes, all sizes. There's physical abuse, there's a lot of financial abuse, but there's also emotional abuse. You see people shouting at older people. Well, some people shout at their children the same way. But we have to, again, in these tangential conversations, make people like me and others aware that an older person is not able to respond like a younger person in some respects. So you may have to say it twice. The person may be hard of hearing. They may take longer to understand what you're saying. There's a certain level of patience. And I'm glad that this bill speaks to training. Because as I watch my mother being cared for and being part of the care, I realized that taking care of an older person and an older person with dementia, you must have twice the patience of Job. It does not happen automatically for everyone. And the conversations that we need to have need to share with people before they get to that age, but people who have the responsibility of caring for older people, that patience will be necessary. And we have also to share the peculiarities of aging, what it is that will manifest in an older person. What will I have to look out for, listen out for? How will I have to adjust the way that I respond when I'm interacting with an older person? Mr. Speaker, these are the tangential conversations that are thrown up by this very important bill, to be soon this very important act. I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, by just saying that in my ministry, we have and continue to focus heavily on what at the ILO is called the care economy. Care takes a lot of forms because care starts with taking care of, pregnant mothers, taking care of children, so that nurseries, that's part of the care economy, teachers are part of the care economy, nurses and physicians, part of the care economy, those who take care in nursing homes and homes for the elderly, taking care of people with disabilities. All of these are components of the care economy. The Barbados Workers Union was very active in developing Convention 189, which deals with domestic workers. But that convention, domestic workers, was part of the conversation about care and the provision of care. Both the Barbados Workers Union, through its General Secretary, Honourable Member for St. George North, and myself, were engaged in discussions beyond that on the care economy. And about 2 or 3 years ago, I had the privilege of actually chairing the care economy discussion at the International Labour Conference in Geneva. And we have output from that. And my ministry has committed itself to advancing work on the care economy, making sure that care workers are respected, making sure that they can organize themselves, making sure that they're put in a position where they can offer the care that the recipients of care need and deserve. We will be working with the Ministry of People Empowerment, Elder Affairs, with the trade union movement, and we've already started discussions with the Barbados Nursing Association, and we'll continue our work in this regard because we have to recognize that the provision of care is a human right. Everybody has a right to be cared for. Every person in a civilized society must be cared for at some point in time in their lives. And so, this bill, in relation to how we treat our older people, is timely. It comes after we have addressed children, after we've addressed people with disabilities. Now we are addressing older persons. It didn't come in that order because of any importance. If it were possible to bring all three together, government would have done that, but they have come. But this is now, I won't say the final piece, but this is another important piece of legislation that will help us to be that caring, civilized society that we see when we look around us and listen to the news, disappearing also around us. In Barbados, we have committed, and this Barbados Labour Party in government has committed itself to be people-centered. We have committed ourselves, I know the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central tried to hint at it, but I can be very direct. We have committed ourselves to providing a better life for our people. And that's what BLP stands for, a better life for our people. Those who are older are our people. Our children are our people. People with disabilities are our people. This bill speaks to the promise that we have made to Barbados. This bill speaks to the covenant that we have made with our people. This bill speaks to the contract that we have always said is represented by our manifesto. We will continue the work to provide a better life for our people. And in this regard, we will make sure that our older people are respected, valued, embraced, engaged, and valued to the point where we see them as treasures. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation in throwing my full support as a Member of Parliament for St. Peter behind this bill and commending it to the people of Barbados as part of our policy agenda to value those who have built this country. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend all the speakers who've gone before, who've spoken so eloquently as well as passionately about the issue of the care for the elderly. When we speak of aging in Barbados, it needs to go beyond the issue of statistics. It has to speak about real people who are experiencing real pressures, who live in our various communities and constituencies. And in St. James South, the aging experience has a very distinct profile. We have a large middle-class population of seniors and a smaller working-class group of seniors, but they're living two different experiences. In our working-class areas, many seniors are living in overcrowded homes where they're often inconvenienced, where sometimes their concerns are not taken into account, their preferences are not considered, and very often they are pressured by the financial demands that might be made on them by others that are in the home, even though they're already living on a very small pension. And this is a challenge for them. And among the middle-class seniors, many of them are empty nesters, where the children have grown, they've gone, no one is around, and they are faced with taking care of themselves and managing the difficulties and the challenges of aging. Now, many of them may own their homes outright, but part of the challenge they have is that because they're on fixed pensions, which might have been adequate maybe 10 or 15 years ago, with inflationary pressures, they can no longer manage their needs, manage the repairs and so on that are needed to their homes. And so this bill must be understood within that real world context. So when pensioners are faced with a fixed pension, it really presents a challenge for them because many of them live genteel poverty. You might meet it in a retired teacher and their spouse, might be a former hotel supervisor or public servant, who may find that at this point in time, that pension is insufficient to take them the distance. Sometimes they may be getting an NIS pension, a modest work pension. They might not have a mortgage. But what is eating their capacity to take care of themselves are the high living costs, the inflationary pressures, which makes it difficult for them to meet their utility needs, their food needs, their healthcare needs, their transport needs, to change the car, fix the home, etc. And with groceries costing 30 to 40% more than it did a couple of years ago, and the need for chronic medication that they have to keep consuming, and this eats up a great deal of that income, it becomes a challenge. Many of them have had to give up insurance policies because they weren't able to continue to maintain the payments, and they would have needed that insurance policy at this stage in their lives. And so they live with that quiet anxiety about how they're going to meet food needs, how they're going to do emergency repairs, how they're going to meet medical emergencies. So these seniors are financially constrained. Now, this matters for the protection legislation that we're discussing today, because those financial pressures actually create more vulnerabilities on people, even if they're in stable households, because they can be at risk of financial exploitation. They then have to become dependent on informal caregivers, some who may not be trained. It might be a relative, or it might be a neighbor, and so on. There may be pressure to hand over some decision-making to others, where they may have to put their resources into the hands of others. And sometimes the others are not always as scrupulous or as honest as they should be. And this becomes a real dilemma and a major stress for seniors, because sometimes it might even be family members that are exploiting seniors. And therefore, because of the pressure, the shame, that is a member of the family, you don't want to expose it. You don't want to find yourself at risk of greater abuse if you speak up about it. So they live in that fear constantly, and that is part of the challenge which they have. And so the strong provisions in this bill are truly welcome. The fact that we've included financial exploitation to look at meaningful ways to help us to address this matter, the mandatory reporting, and I want to impress upon the ministry, I want to impress on the legal system that people have to be held accountable. It's okay to put it in law, but if we don't ensure that the reporting happens and that action is taken when it is reported, then it is of no use to our seniors. If our state intervention must have an immediate benefit, then we have to look at the enforcement of these strong provisions. But I do want to thank the ministry for the legislation that seeks to address this particular matter. Now, part of the issue that I've experienced in my constituency is that many seniors find themselves living alone. Very often, one partner has passed. Sometimes, before that partner has passed, that person might have been immobile, incapable of helping themselves, and the other partner, scarcely able to look after their own needs, find themselves carrying the burden of the care for both of them because there's no one else to do this. And because very often in situations, because people feel that couples are together, sometimes relatives and children who live outside of the home may not notice or recognize that greater help, more assistance is needed. And very, very often, when I speak with seniors and they ask me, well, is there anything that can be done? Is there any help? And I ask, well, what about your children? And so on and so forth. Oh, I don't want to bother them. The parent is trying hard not to be a burden to their children, but then find themselves in a situation where they're not cared for and they're neglected because the family circle just is no longer structured to be able to help them to be taken care of. And so this leads to social isolation. It leads to loneliness. I think one of the most heartbreaking things I've heard was a situation where a couple, the husband was a man who took care of the home, took care of his wife, looked after things, and then he became afflicted with Alzheimer's. And the wife then had to take over all of these functions. And I remember she said to me, I wasn't prepared for this. I don't know how to cope. I feel so stressed. And as I watched her, I watched the husband, and the husband suffered emotionally because he could hear what a burden it was. And that helpless feeling that he had was writ large on his face. And so it really causes a lot of psychological suffering for couples as they get older, when they're challenged with all of these issues of illness and care. And then the loneliness is a big issue. And like any MP, we often go to homes and people want to chat because they're so happy to see someone. So you always try to take the time to sit and have that conversation. But I'm conscious of the fact that the loneliness needs a better cure than the MP passing every now and again. And we have to look at ways in which we're going to help our seniors be able to come together. But I think the biggest problem that we have is where that suffering is taking place, but it's not recognized, and therefore no action can be taken. So when there's a delay in the recognition of the fact that there's abuse or neglect or a decline in that person, this is where more unnecessary suffering occurs. It takes time sometimes to recognize that your parent is older and is not able to manage, because all along they always did. They were the ones you turned to. They were the ones who could do, who would step in and help you when you were overwhelmed. And sometimes it takes time before you recognize that your parents have reached a stage where they really need you to now turn and take care of them. And so within this bill, I recognize that one of the things they've sought to do is to emphasize that we must protect the dignity of seniors, that we must look at meaningful ways to ensure their participation in normal social life, that there must be oversight of caregivers, there must be oversight of those who take care of their financial resources, and that our seniors need to feel visible in their community, because aging in place, aging in your home must not mean aging alone. Now, a number of churches have tried to develop programs where they do daycare for seniors. I know Abundant Life was one, I know St. Barnabas Anglican Church is one, and there are a couple others that are seeking to do that, but it's becoming more challenging. I would want to recommend to us that we look at creating a program where we give some of these churches the assistance to operate these daycare centers for seniors, because they're right there in the community. Many of the people are their parishioners. Their people in the village is a wonderful means of reaching out to the wider community. And therefore, it would be a good thing while we're building our own institutions around the country, we can engage the churches in putting together these programs. We can help them by providing templates and so on. Many of them have activities programs. They have an activities manager to make sure that they're engaged and not just sitting there getting dry rot in their brains, but rather that they're engaged and given activities that are meaningful and have opportunities to share their stories, etc. So I think that this is important. I would want to recommend this approach to supplement what the government wants to do in terms of providing community facilities. Now, one of the more challenging things is the fact that we need to continue our pension reform in order to assist these seniors to be able to continue to live independently. Now, our government, because it cares, because we see people, we have been doing significant things in terms of looking at pension reform to ensure people still have a pension even though they're living longer and we have a smaller working population. We're trying very hard to make sure that we reform that all of the generations coming after us will also have access to some form of NIS pension. And this is important. But sometimes there are persons who seek to exploit that and try to get the population steamed up, saying, you're making me work longer, you're reducing how much pension I get, or you're delaying when I can get my pension, and that's not right. I think that anyone who truly cares about this country and truly cares about the entire group of Barbadians who live here, the ones who are present and the ones to come, must understand that pension reform is absolutely important. It's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. It's the accountable thing to do, and not to give in to the pressures of people saying, I shouldn't have to work so long before I get a pension. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. And what we've sought to do is to provide Barbadians with a means to get and maintain a pension, so that the old pension systems really were not built for people living 20 and 30 years past retirement. Years gone by, people lived no more than 10 years past retirement. Now it's 20, now it's 30. So that reform is absolutely important, and people need to help explain this so that we understand that we are doing this for the protection of people. And because inflation erodes fixed pensions, that erosion affects seniors even more when you're on a fixed pension than when you are on a wage, when you are a worker. And that is why we have to look for meaningful ways in which we are going to help seniors financially. Because when your pension is no longer adequate, your vulnerability increases. It makes you more dependent on others, and therefore have to tolerate more abuse or unkindness or indifference or intolerance because you're not financially independent. And the risk of exploitation grows. And this puts pressure on families, and it also puts pressure on the state. So protection legislation becomes even more important in this circumstance, not less. Now, in St. James South, seniors often face very quiet, painful choices. They have sometimes to decide whether they can pay for the caregiver coming into the home to look after them, or should they reduce their food quality. Sometimes they have to make a decision between repairing a broken appliance or repairing the car versus being able to go to the doctor and get the prescriptions filled, or take a test, or get a scan, or whatever is needed, whatever treatment they need to have. Sometimes they have to make choices between getting help to come in and do some housework, or try to push through and keep doing what you can for your home even though you have declining mobility. And all of this puts them at risk of falls, etc., and breaking their hips and so on. These things are the realities that seniors face. And without sufficient pension, this risk increases. And that is why we have to look for meaningful ways to be able to assist our seniors when it comes to their financial viability. And that's why the pension reform and social protection is important. And I'm happy to share with the Chamber that the reforms that we did in 2023 to the pension, all of that helps to protect them going down the road. what we've been able to do is to ensure that the system is stable, and we have a plan that says that every X number of years it has to be reviewed to ensure that it's still relevant because of the changing conditions that we have around us. Then what we did in 2026 was to give them a cost of living cash credit. And we introduced this in the 2026 budget, where they could get $100 per month, or a total of $1,200 for a year. And this is being paid to pensioners who are earning under $50,000. And this included the NIS, the non-contributory pensioners, seniors who are 65 and above with no pension, the welfare and special needs people. And this reaches over 60,000 Barbadians. And that is a matter for me that helps me to feel that I live in a country that cares about what is happening to people. I am glad that we were able to do it, and that we will work at sustaining it despite the challenges that we are experiencing and seeing on the international scene. Being able to respond and help our pensioners is a very important thing that we have to do. And then the other relief that we were able to give to our seniors, don't forget that we were able to take off land tax for properties under $400,000. And why is this important? Especially for middle-class seniors, because many of them own their own homes. And many of them are under $400,000. And therefore, there's a tremendous relief, because they would have to take something from that little pension every month to put aside to be able to pay that land tax. But by removing it, we are able to put more money into the hands and the pockets of our seniors, that they can make themselves more comfortable. And then by increasing the pension income tax-free allowance from $50,000 to $75,000, again, what you're doing is you are enabling our seniors to better respond to the rising cost of living, because you've reduced effectively the burden, the tax burden on our seniors. And I really want to congratulate this country for being able to do that. We're also expanding our geriatric and preventive care, and over $59 million are spent annually, and that is allocated to primary health care that is focused on seniors. In that $59 million, you're talking about chronic disease management, you're talking about your NCDs, you're talking about dental and eye care, you're talking about geriatric screening. All of these things aid our seniors to live better in our community. Now, an age in Barbados is not only a social issue, it is an economic reality. We have more retirees than workers. The normal ratio is approximately 7 workers to every 1 senior. That's not where we're at today. We're heading fast where we have 1 worker to 1 senior. And that cannot work. And that's a crisis that we are going to have to work out. How are we going to deal with this? Because it is an economic crisis that will engulf the entire country, and we need to come up with ways to be able to deal with that. It's important that we do something that I think needs to be focused on. In our financial literacy training, we're going to have to do that with even more focus as a country. It must include planning for retirement and helping young people understand the importance of planning for retirement. We still have people who have not contributed to the NIS who are now approaching their retirement, and they're suddenly realizing how vulnerable they are because they recognize they will soon not be able to work. But when you reach 65 and discover this, you don't have a lot of room in which to correct that problem. Therefore, we must introduce retirement and pension planning very early in schools as part of our financial literacy. And if we can do that, it means that the next generation of Barbadians would not arrive at this moment in their lives when they find that they really don't have a way to take care of themselves. So this is important. Now, to the seniors of St. James South, I want to say to you that this legislation here means that you're not invisible to us. We see you and we understand you. We understand that you are not an afterthought and you're not expendable. We recognize you as valued members of our community, and we recognize you as people who have to be a part of our care program. This particular piece of legislation acknowledges that you have a need to be independent and that we need to help you to maintain that. We need to be able to show the world that we acknowledge your contribution, as was shared by the Honourable Member for St. Peter. One of the things I would love to see is if we can start to record the stories of our seniors and begin to showcase them, whether on television, in social media, put it in the schools and so on, because it is amazing what young children can learn just by listening to someone who is a granny figure or a grandfather figure. And children, when they're between the ages of 3 and 4, all the way up to when they're about 7, 8, they love to listen to grandparents and ask them, well, Granny, tell me about when you were young, but Grandad, tell me again about what happened to you at school, and so they love those stories, but that is how children gain values training. They learn about life when they listen to their grandparents, and that's why I think we need to take hold of these stories and make sure that they're available. This particular piece of legislation seeks to provide the protection before the crisis actually happens. And the main challenge that I think we need to make sure of after we leave this chamber is how we're going to implement that and make sure that it works. That oversight must be in existence before harm takes place and not reacting after the harm. And that oversight must be strong, it must be vigilant, and it must be comprehensive. And we must make sure that people's dignity are not traded away under inflationary pressures. We've got to find meaningful ways to be able to help them to be financially independent. Now, while Barbados is aging, as our present reality, we need to add more to what we've already done. We've done very well so far. We've put a number of things in place despite the challenges we've had. We've tried to take care of all elements in our community, whether it's people living with disabilities or elderly or children or families or women, etc. But one of the things that I think now needs to be added, along with the financial literacy in terms of pension planning, etc., is how to manage aging. Unfortunately, Barbados only now has 2 gerontologists. And we need to make sure that we make more available and help people to understand the role of a gerontologist, what they can do. I was given a video to watch 2 days ago on aging, and they explained 5 things that happen to you when you reach the age of 70. And as I watched the video, I said, my goodness, every single senior should actually see this and see what are some of the things that you need to do to mitigate against some of these effects. It talked about how to take care of your balance, that you age from your feet first, and therefore exercise where you strengthen your feet, and the muscles in your feet are very important to prevent you from falling, to prevent you from becoming incapacitated. How can we do that as seniors? It talked about your digestion, the rate of deterioration that takes place and how it manifests itself. What are some of the things that you need to do differently to help maintain digestion? It talked about blood circulation. It talked about maintaining your brain health and your brain function. And none of the things were particularly difficult to do. It just requires discipline starting early enough. And I would like to encourage all of you who are in your 40s, those of you who are in your 50s and getting closer to 60, please get started. because it will make a tremendous difference as to whether or not you can maintain independence in your senior years. There are a few things that I think as a government and as a country we need to look at. I would like to suggest that one of the things we might need to consider is providing subsidized exercise opportunities in communities for seniors. There are lots of trainers around, but many seniors cannot afford to pay the $20 an hour or whatever it is 3-4 times a week. But a subsidized program where the government pays some of the fee for the trainer to be able to provide in the community that exercise opportunity is important. And of course, the exercise equipment in each community, which I know is coming for St. James South just now, will be helpful in helping me to help my seniors to stay stable and balanced and healthy. The other thing would be providing cooling roof paints. There are now paints, specially formulated paints, that you cover the rooftop with that help to reduce heat in the home by 5 to 7 degrees. This is important. We are in the month of April, and the days have been hot. I do not want to see what September and August are going to look like. But think about a senior who is not mobile, who has to be in that home that might be small, might not have air conditioning, because of the proximity of other homes, does not have enough air flowing, and therefore the heat and heat stress is a real thing. One of the things I learned in the video is that your heating and cooling system, your ability to feel and manage temperatures in your body decreases after the age of 70. That sometimes you don't recognize how hot you are or how cold you are, and therefore don't take the necessary precautions, and therefore managing your temperature is something else that you also have to take care of when you get above the age of 70. So if we could have a cooling roof system, I think that that would help. And if we could help seniors and in the housing estates for us to be able to do a program like that, I believe that this would help them to manage the heat. And then I think one of the crises for them is the issue of how they're going to repair and maintain their homes. And this is a dilemma for our country. If our seniors cannot repair their homes, then they're going to break down and they're going to apply to government for housing. We can't build enough geriatric places. We can't afford the care at all of the senior citizens' homes. How are we going to help them to age in place? We have to come up with a way of helping them to maintain their homes. I do not yet know how that will be done. It is a very difficult issue, but it's something nevertheless that we have to face because the problem will become more and more acute as we get older and older. And then we need to have more queue in the community, and more games evenings, and more opportunities to have concerts, and more opportunity to go to church, and more opportunity to go out. We need to be able to provide these for our seniors. So it's important that we look at some of these community care systems, that we do what we need to do in terms of our health policy and being able to provide the type of health care and deliver it in the way that it needs to be delivered to meet the needs of our geriatrics, our seniors, continue with our pension reform, and make sure that our protection legislation is properly enforced so that our seniors actually feel the benefit of it. This bill is a foundational step in that alignment. And I am happy to give it the support because I believe that it was built with a sense of care, a sense of accountability and responsibility for everyone in our society, and with a respect for the people who help us to build this country. I'm obliged and I'm happy to have the opportunity to support this bill.
Honourable Member St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join this debate in support, strong support of this bill, a piece of legislation that speaks to the values we claim to hold as a society: dignity, respect, and responsibility. But, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs for the work they've done in getting this legislation to this Parliament. And let me also congratulate the former member for St. Thomas, and I heard the minister, the member for Christchurch West Central, he congratulated her, as well as the member for St. Michael's South. And as well to congratulate those two gentlemen, member for St. Michael's South and the member for Christchurch West Central, who now sits in the chair. But, Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honourable, the member for St. Peter. He spoke about him having the oldest centenarian at some point in time. Yes, that's what he said, at a point in time. But I want to take claim to having a super centenarian, Mr. James Sisnett, who lived to 113 and 90 days. And currently, Mr. Fitzgerald Brereton, who is 104 and batting strong. And I visit, and the member for St. Michael's South said the country author, which is probably true. I visited him recently. He was born on the 8th of January when he celebrated his 104th birthday. I didn't go on the 104th birthday, but this gentleman worked hard. Both Mr. James Sisnett and Fitzgerald Brereton, actually they're family members. They're related to each other. But they toiled long and hard at factories. They were technical men who indeed raised families, and who, that is why we say that the elderly citizens are not a burden. Because these are the men who built this economy, who shaped our society. The parents and grandparents indeed had a hand in nurturing many generations. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise as the MP for that lovely constituency of St. George in support of this bill. But I want to say that it is not just a policy that we're debating here. It is a promise, Mr. Speaker. It's a promise that those who came before us will not be forgotten. And it is also a promise that their latter years will be lived with respect, care, and dignity, those values that we hold so dearly. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I have benefited from a tremendous value system of my grandfather, grandmother, and parents. I'm fortunate today, Mr. Speaker, members of this Lord Chamber, not to cast any negatives or any sympathy towards colleagues who have lost their parents, because we all have to go through this. But I'm fortunate to have both my mother and father alive today. I recently joined in sympathy shared to my colleague from St. Peter, and he knows very well that his father was a very good friend of mine. In my days at the Arawak Cement Company Limited, I learned a lot from his father. But, Mr. Speaker, caring for the elderly as a child is what we were taught. Whether they're living at home with you, whether you are providing the care through the companion program, the care for the elderly program, that is what our value systems have been shaped upon, caring for our elderly. So I stand in support, Mr. Speaker, of this piece of legislation that is before the House, that also looked at the moral dimension. How we treat our elderly reflects who we are as a people. If we fail them, then we are failing ourselves. Because we expect that if longevity beholds us, we will be in our twilight years and will want to be treated with dignity, respect, and indeed to be cared for as seniors. So the Bible speaks of doing unto others as you would have them do unto you. And I stand here in strong support of this piece of legislation. But I want to caution against a few things, and I made a few notes, Mr. Speaker. This bill needs more than sympathy. It needs sustained commitment. We need to ensure that not only do we put the finances behind what we have written in this piece of legislation, but the effective implementation and the continuous monitoring is critical for the success of this piece of legislation. Very often and when I say we, I don't mean this government here, but very often we've seen in the past a number of legislative amendments coming before a chamber, but we fail in the implementation, we fail in the monitoring, and we fail in the support systems that need to be provided to ensure that legislation is indeed successful. Because why we bring legislation to the chamber? To impact the quality of lives of our people. This piece of legislation, not only that reason, but this piece of legislation deals specifically with the elderly. And Mr. Speaker, during my time in St. George, and during my days walking around St. George, and I must say, though, that I've benefited from the elderly people in St. George South, because the majority of those persons who go to the polls every 4 years or every 5 years, indeed, if you look at the voters' pattern, you will see that most of these persons are over 60. I wouldn't want to stand here to say that young people don't vote, but I can stand here to say that more elderly persons care about what is going on in this society because they exercise that right when called upon to influence policy, to give us the opportunity to come back here a third time to address this matter of elderly care and protection. And Mr. Speaker, I have seen an increasing number of persons come into the constituency office, either wanting to join the care of the elderly program as an employee, wanting to join the companion program as an employee, and also wanting to have those elderly persons looked after either through the companion program or the home health program. And we're seeing a number of increasing, we know very well that persons are living longer. And we're seeing this increase, and I can probably say that most members have seen this increase. Other than persons wanting jobs, and that is true, that's part of employment. Caring for the elderly persons wanting to get onto the home health program and the companion program, that is jobs as well. But we're seeing more and more elderly persons, the request for us to be looking after these elderly persons more and more, because we may want to turn a blind eye to the fact that, and I'm not criticizing families, I'm saying very often we see some of the challenges in our communities. They are associated with family members abusing the elderly. And this is probably not common across Barbados, but I've seen some of these issues where elderly persons are afraid to say or to speak out, to say, well, listen, I'm being abused by a family member. And I would want to ask that these are some of the monitoring systems that we have to put in place to ensure that we make regular checks with those persons who are looking after the elderly within communities, not just within those private care facilities, but within the homes of family members. Mr. Speaker, it dawned on me as well that the companion program, we need to train persons who are in this program to do simple checks like blood pressure checks, blood sugar checks, because you can save a life of an elderly person or any person if you are there in time and on time with these checks. And I find, yes, we are recruiting persons under the companion program, or we call the home assistance program. I think the name has changed. I speak on the correction, member for Church West Central and member for St. Michael South. I don't think that's the name now, companion. I think it is another name. But having said that, we are seeing a number of issues whereby, yes, we are recruiting persons to look after the elderly, but we need to do more training. A lot more training of these caregivers within the homes to detect and also to prevent some of these catastrophic issues that can occur among our elderly. I am proud this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, to stand here to support this bill. The 2026 manifesto of this government spoke to care of the elderly, but one of the tenets of it speaks to active aging. And I am proud to report that within the community that I represent, only 2 Saturdays ago, we launched a second active aging grouping at the Melverton Seventh-day Adventist Church. And this is an extension of the active aging grouping within the Draxall community. And these are persons who come out on Tuesdays to exercise. I heard the member for St. James South, speaking on providing the facility where persons can exercise. And we must indeed, the Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs, must become very, very active in these active aging programs that have been launched. And I want to compliment the Ministry of Youth and Community Empowerment, because it is the community aid at Draxall who joined forces with the community of Draxall and Melverton to form those active aging groupers. And we intend to represent those groupings across the length and breadth of St. George South, within the Allerton community, the Greens community, and indeed the Workman and Newbury community, where I will join with my member for St. George North to ensure that that small facility, Suki King Complex, is indeed an active complex where the elderly persons from both the North and South can join forces together and indeed give those persons the much needed recreation. And as I stand here, my parents cared for my grandparents. My brothers, my siblings, we are now caring for our parents. And I know the member for St. Michael Southeast, she can speak to this as well, because I know she is very, and the member for St. James, for St. George North. And I can say most of us in here, when I look around, care for our parents. The member for St. Michael South, very often he's up in this chamber talking about how he went and visited his mother, speak to us about how she was ailing. And the former member for St. Joseph, who had to battle with what I'm dealing with my dad now, dementia. And it is a challenge. We must not take these things lightly. I heard the member for St. Peter talk about these things hitting home, coming to your doorstep. But the reality, when they come to your doorstep, It is a different level of thinking. But what we have to do is inculcate the entire society. And how do we do this? We cannot do this simply by bringing legislation to Parliament. I'm not criticizing the legislation. It's wonderful. It's strong support for the legislation. But how do we gather the support for our elderly across communities? And I urge my colleagues to ensure that they start the active aging within their communities. And if you want to get the model is within the Community Development Department. The member for St. John, he can share that model with us. Because I was part of formulating, assisting with getting the active agers in Draxall. Highly motivated, visiting them. Actually, they started it themselves. But they called me in as the MP to support. And the member for St. John, I think you have that model that we spoke about in our manifesto that must be shared with the colleagues and indeed must be implemented across the length and breadth of this society if we are to treat and take this legislation in the way it is intended to be taken and treated, in the seriousness of purpose. And like I said, it is not only policy, but we need decisive action. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to invest in long-term care infrastructure. And I mentioned the need to train more healthcare professionals specializing in geriatric care and creating the opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for our seniors to remain active contributors to society. Aging, Mr. Speaker, should not be seen as a decline, but as a stage of life that still holds value and potential. We see here we have a member in this cabinet, in your cabinet, sorry, or in the cabinet of Barbados, our cabinet, yes, that is in his 70s and who adds value. And it is testimony to what we as a government, we are promulgating across the length and breadth of this country. Not because you have turned the age of 70, people should write you off and say to go home and sit down or go in a geriatric care institution. They still have value to add to this country, especially those whose cognitive abilities are still intact. The capacity to indeed think and the capacity to help policy formulation within this country as a senior. But I am very much supportive of the legislation and the aspect of the legislation that strengthens the legal protection against elder abuse. We saw in our media, Mr. Speaker, a young man abusing an elder within the last 2 months. We saw that. And we had one as well. Yes, we visited. Thank you, sir. Thank you, member for St. Michael South. I forgot my dear friend. And I don't like to call his names, but Mr. Jeffrey Barr, the guy who came out of the credit union and was attacked and beaten, robbed, his money taken away. And the member for St. Michael South, he happens to live within the constituency of St. George South. The member for St. Michael South and I visited him. And he's an active member. He's proud, and I can repeat it. He's an active member of this party. And he says that. He received the St. George South Award at the last conference. These are the people we have to take care of in our society. So this legislation indeed speaks to protecting citizens from elder abuse. The protection, Mr. Speaker, also recognizes the need for community-based care, allowing our seniors to remain connected to the environment and the people they know and trust. That is critical. That is why when we find elder abuse by family members, we have to treat with it seriously. because the elders are indeed comfortable in the environment, community-based environment, whether at their homes or close to their homes, or whether at a care facility close to their home. So we have to make sure that we protect them. And this legislation, Mr. Speaker, without getting into the nuts and bolts of it, it recognizes the need for community-based care. It also promotes policies that support independent and dignified living. Our seniors must be treated at all times with dignity. We can't say just put them in any old place. We can't say remove them from these care facilities without just cause. This legislation speaks to that. Mr. Speaker, while I battle with a father with dementia, and those of you who visited him or visit him, the member for St. Michael East, the member for St. Michael South, the member for St. Michael Southeast, they know because they visit. He has a very good long-term memory. The member for St. Thomas knows him from Malvern Cricket. He has a very good long-term memory. But when you see him, he's functional in the day, but at night, and that is why I'm saying dementia takes different forms. The member for St. Peter might have experienced a different form of dementia with his mother. The former member for St. Joseph, whom I'm very close to, and we share daily. I still share with him my challenges. He shared with me then his challenges. But they're different forms. And we must have those healthcare persons trained in recognizing these different forms of dementia. And I stay on dementia because there are others, but that is real to me. And I want to publicly thank those persons in my community who look out for my father, who will be 90 years after the Lord spared his life, on the same day as Nelson Mandela was born on that day, in July, and he'll be 90 years. But as I support this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, I am also calling on government. There are some facilities, there are some buildings across the length and breadth of this country that we can utilize as elderly care facilities. We can't use all. But one that comes to mind is the facility in South District, the former South District Primary School, that is closed now for over 15 years. Too long. The member for St. Michael Southeast, and it is in your area, just across the road from St. George South into St. We share a border. And I'm asking the authorities to consider that facility that sits dormant, to utilize that facility as an elderly care facility. Because while we have Sterling Children's Home, not Sterling Children's Home, the facility at Sterling Children's Home to be utilized. And we, in our manifesto, we pledge to have facilities across the length and breadth of St. George, across the length and breadth of this country. I am calling, and that will support both the member for St. Michael Southeast and myself. And I'm asking that we utilize that facility in South District, the old South District Primary School, as an elderly care facilities. It would do two things. Those many persons from St. George North and St. George South and St. Michael Southeast, and even St. Philip West and St. Philip South, can journey because it is next door to Blackman and Gollop School, just a stone throw away from Blackman and Gollop School. It can also provide employment opportunities for persons. And indeed, it can solve some of the problems that we see, the increasing number of elderly persons who require support on a daily basis. So I stand in support of this legislation with my brief comments, and I would ask that we consider the promise that we have made to our people, we keep this promise in terms of making sure that those who came before us will not be forgotten. And again, the promise that their latter years will be lived with respect, care, and dignity. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Grace yourself.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. There are many pieces of legislation that pass this honourable chamber. Pieces of legislation that are about ordering the business of government, at times about transforming the way how various ministries work and function. But there are also pieces of legislation that are about how we order a society, particularly a society like ours that is in transition. We are in transition, Mr. Speaker, sir, as a society, caught between a development that is necessary, that is imminent, and that is important, but also as well between the traditions, culture, and the ways that we have grown up, our understanding of the Barbados that is near and dear to us. And in that transition, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are often times when, as a government, we have to ensure that we have the necessary guardrails that will help protect those within our society that are caught somewhere in a difficult position in that transition. And it is those pieces of legislation like this one that are extremely important, because how we create those guardrails now will determine the Barbados that we will come to know in the future. And I place this bill, as part of that frame of creating guardrails for a future Barbados, particularly for our older persons, our elderly. I join the other honourable members who have spoken today, Mr. Speaker, about the importance of caring for those that have gone before, those that have left deep footprints, those that have sacrificed, that have worked hard for this country and for their families. But I also as well recognize, Mr. Speaker, sir, that again in that transition and the tension that we have in terms of, again, that development and where we are, and at those old ways of how we function as a society, that we have to be very careful in terms of how we do that ordering and create, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said, those guardrails. This bill before us, I place within a larger context. In 2024, Mr. Speaker, sir, this honourable chamber would have passed a resolution on the Barbados population policy. At that time, when we looked at that resolution, we would have been confronted with the fact that Barbados had the lowest population growth in CARICOM. We would have been confronted by the fact that over the last 60 years, our population had not grown much, beyond 16.5%. We would have been confronted, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the fact that the very frame, the very key elements of our society were now fundamentally changing. We would have moved, Mr. Speaker, sir, to make amendments at that time to the National Insurance Scheme, so that while the resolution on the Barbados population policy was about ensuring that we could expand and make provision for the expansion of the population, it was based on 3 policy pillars. That was about shoring up within our society that those that we would want to help increase, expand the population should be able to do so. Our amendment to the National Insurance Scheme built on that same recognition that we had an aging population and it required some right sizing, was about ensuring that then we could create a mechanism that would allow for the continuation of an important safety net. This bill adds another plank to that, the plank of protection. The plank of protection. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, sir, to emphasize that this bill is not just a one-shot, but that it is part of a development of a frame that the government is developing in order to make sure that for the future, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, we can then begin to look and prepare for the Barbados over the long term. And it is important to come to terms with that larger fact, that larger pulse, that even as we consider this bill, the harsh recognition again, that we are in a demographic transition, and that we must therefore ensure that all the pillars of our society, economic, social, cultural, are right-sized in order to then to be able to contend with what that means in the future. Mr. Speaker, sir, I did hear from the floor today a reminder to all of us that time moves very, very, very quickly. And that in a blink of an eye, those of us who feel that we are young and untouchable will wake up a couple of years from now and be in a position in which we might have others have to care for us. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was with, at the Bright Constituency Clinic, a young lady who came in, and she was bemoaning the fact that, I think probably now, she was going to be 27. And she was saying, you know, I'm getting so old. 27, and she's getting so old. I said, don't call it on yourself. And she said, no, you know, 27 is closer to 30, and life is passing, and she has to do all of these things because she feels she has to run and catch up, and life is moving. And that sense that life is moving and time is moving quickly should fill us all, one, yes, with a sense of urgency to do what we need to be able to do and to achieve what we need to be able to achieve, but also as well with a sense of reflection. And this bill falls for me, Mr. Speaker, sir, that notion of reflection as well. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South ask us, how did we get here? How did society shift so much that the government has to establish guardrails to protect older persons in our society that once again culturally were once revered, were once respected, but we've come to a place that there's a recognition that the state needs to be able to step in and make sure that it protects. Mr. Speaker, sir, in doing that protection, in establishing those clear guardrails, we need at times to also be very careful. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, as was said by the Honourable Member for St. Peter, there are many of us who can speak to our experiences as having to care for our parents. And I am, Mr. Speaker, sir, in that position. I remember having to make the very hard decision to put my father in a residential care facility. And oftentimes, society judges those of us who have to make that hard decision. I remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, carrying for a very long time, and I still carry it, the guilt of that decision. Because the society tells you, on the one hand, that you are to care for your parents, that you do wrong as a child if you cannot care for your parents, that somehow you are neglecting your responsibility, and certainly, as a good Christian, that is not something that you do. We have that one notion, but that also contends with the reality of what we have now in society, where people are abandoning, consciously abandoning their elderly. And sometimes it is hard for society to make that distinction between those that make that hard, difficult decision and those that willfully abandon with some intent. Mr. Speaker, sir, I made that decision in the context of being a working wife with a high demanding career, professional trajectory, who had for the past 10 years before that decision was made, was taking care of that parent, paying for private care in my father's house, so supporting 2 households, until it became extremely difficult to be able to split myself in 3 or 4. And I say all of that to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that again, that we have to be careful. We talk very passionately about abuse and abandonment, but there's also another side as well. So I stand, Mr. Speaker, sir, to speak for those who have made that hard decision. And again, the judgment from society that you get when you have to make that hard decision. It was just a couple of weeks ago, and I wasn't sharing my story, but I was having a conversation, and someone was telling me about a friend of theirs who was emotionally broken because she was faced with the same hard decision about having to put her parent in a residential care facility and what that meant, and the whys, and all of that. And she was struggling very, very hard. I remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I made that decision, and I wanted to have the best possible care facility for my dad. And so I would have toured probably like about 6 different residential facilities across Barbados. Mr. Speaker, sir, it was depressing. It was absolutely depressing. We have care facilities for elderly and people who need care that have stairs and narrow corridors. So if you have to use a wheelchair, get up and down, difficulty, with rooms with 6 beds in them that are there, so there's no space to maneuver, because as soon as you put your foot down and you stand up, you're facing somebody else that is there with you in the room. Where there's no privacy for families when they come to visit, that are dark, Mr. Speaker, sir, dark and dreary. So that if we want to talk about engaging the elderly and keeping them and their minds fit, some of the conditions within these residential facilities are not amenable. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that more than that, they would make them even more depressed. More depressed. There are, Mr. Speaker, sir, people who work in some of these facilities who perhaps, and I would be very careful here because I know that there are many who work very hard, but there are some of them, Mr. Speaker, sir. Oh no. Oh no. But then, Mr. Speaker, sir, there's also the high expense as well, and the need to make sure that these care facilities actually offer activities to be able to engage those that are in care. What they end up being is places where you put seniors and those that need care, sometimes even specialized care, in beds for bed care, and that is what it becomes. There's no activity, there's no engagement. A nurse comes, you get your food, of course, you get your medication if you need it. You can probably go and sit down outside, but where's the stimulation? Where's the activity? Where's the growth, Mr. Speaker, sir? And I'm not saying that that is all. I'm speaking to what I observed as I went through, looking across the island at a number of those places. As I said before, even in terms of the rates, Mr. Speaker, sir, are extremely high and extremely difficult for ordinary people to be able to pay if they don't have another way out. And what I am presenting, Mr. Speaker, sir, is another viewpoint of the challenge that we face. And therefore, I welcome within this bill the fact that there will be greater oversight of those residential facilities, because oversight is needed. And perhaps there should be even further oversight, Mr. Speaker, sir, because just like all of sometimes the other professions where rates are set, perhaps we need to be able to look at rate setting for these residential care facilities, given where we know we are going in the future. So that even while government is moving to expand its offerings, but also as well, and those are full and the options are slim, and that there are private actors that they can also then be regulated in a way where, again, ordinary people can be able to access those services. There are several persons, as was said in the chamber, within my constituency, as in others, who come with the same challenge, not wanting to abandon their elderly, the mother, the father, or the grandparent. Not coming out of malice, not coming and saying these people are bothering me, not coming and saying I want to get the check, but coming and saying, I work. I go to work at 8 o'clock. I'm coming home at 5. The children are at school. And within that period, what do I do? If I leave them home by themselves, I'm bad. but I can't afford to pay for 24-hour care. You know what's 24-hour care, to pay for 24-hour care, because you're paying the wage of someone to come in for 24 hours, to give them a fair wage for 24 hours every day, Mr. Speaker, sir. That bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, believe me, adds up. But that person is coming in to take care. If you get a good person that may offer to cook, you're good, because otherwise that would be a different charge. But then you're still required to cook, to clean, to wash, you're still buying Pampers, you're still got to retrofit, all of that. And so people are coming and saying, we have a real challenge, and therefore what are the options? What are the options that are available? And Mr. Speaker, sir, there are some things that I believe that we need to look more carefully at. When I go back to the residential facilities, I hope again that one of the things, or some of the things that will be looked at, is the extent to which those residential facilities are carefully outfitted. We have a residential facility that is supposed to cater for the elderly, but you walk through some corridors and there are no handrails. Like I said, stairs for people that might need wheelchairs. Bathrooms sometimes that don't have the slid mats in there. Places that are equipped for wheelchairs to go, particularly if you have 2 and 3 persons in a room. Walkers. And as well, to make sure that the staff that is coming into those care facilities are adequately trained. Because you may have trainees coming in, but then who monitors? What's the quality? And I hope that with this bill, that we would make sure that we have the resources necessary for enforcement and follow-up. Enforcement and follow-up, Mr. Speaker, sir, because those will be important, again, to creating, as I said, those guardrails that are necessary. It is not just about improving care facilities or building more, but we also have to make sure that they are what we would call fit for purpose in doing so, that they are places where our elderly will be able to thrive, that they will be engaged, so that those centers, like the one that we heard about in Sterling, that would have specialized rooms and specialized facilities, shouldn't just be, Mr. Speaker, sir, specialized. The standards in residential care facilities should be that they also as well have specialists that come in to help those with dementia. What about their diet? Mr. Speaker, sir, will the inspectors and those that are providing the oversight make sure that the diets are on point, particularly in some facilities, like I said, which are just there to provide beds and nothing more? So careful thought has to be given to how we build out and then how we create the necessary regulatory environment for how residential care facilities work and how they operate. But also as well, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is how we treat to families as well that are in that situation, that are taking care of their elderly. Because like I said, we very much speak to the issue of abuse. But what happens in families that are doing their best? We have within this bill provisions for at-home care. And I'm asking myself, because again, my own experience, Mr. Speaker, sir, I remember my dad was in the hospital for a bit, and he was discharged and came home. Mr. Speaker, sir, with nothing. My dad had surgery. Unfortunately, he had spinal surgery. He came home, was completely incapacitated, no movement. There was no list of things that said, this is how you should care for somebody who is incapacitated, somebody who's going to need to be now dressed, somebody who has a catheter. Nothing. Nothing. Blank. A wheelchair ushered him out. You put him in the car, and somebody will call you in about 3 months for an appointment, for a follow-up appointment. So my dad would have come home. He would have left the hospital, unfortunately, with some bed sores. And of course, us not knowing, have had no experience. Bed sores got worse. Had to deal with that. I remembered, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have an injury that I still carry now because I lifted my dad the wrong way. And therefore, it goes to that whole issue of training and providing support for households that are caring for elderly, knowing them how to lift carefully, making sure, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, that even within the household, in the homes, that again, that we can have all of the rails that we need to, the ramps. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I know that we are doing the best that we can, and there is facility to be able to provide some assistance for ramps and so on. But if we recognize that we have an aging population and that there will be greater demand, we also have to be right-sized to meet the demand. Because I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm still waiting today for the ramp. I am still waiting today, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the rails for the bathroom. And if I did not have the means, Mr. Speaker, sir, for myself to do it, yes, I would literally be still waiting for the state. And so, again, my big point here is that we have to make sure that we meet the moment and meet the moment carefully. That even as I stand, Mr. Speaker, sir, in full support of this bill with everything in me, what I'm going to be most concerned about is how we execute, how we implement, and how we carefully, Mr. Speaker, sir, think about those guardrails that we need to see happen for the future. Because the moment cannot only be known that we recognize it, that we say, yes, we have an aging population and we have a wonderful bill. But how do we make sure that all of the other important key elements that are going to be practical in terms of enabling families so that they don't feel that they have to abandon their parents at the hospital? Because sometimes, like I said, there are those, yes, that will willfully do so, but there are those, Mr. Speaker, sir, that can feel that they have no choice, no other choice. I have within my constituency, again, a lady that we work with and provide support to. Again, a daughter in a house, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is extremely dilapidated. And while they want to fix that house, the landlord is not giving them the opportunity to do so. So they've been living there. I think the daughter is in her 30s, and the mom was living there before. So I think something like 40-something years. The landlord has continually refused. So she is elderly, somewhat incapacitated, and their toilet is the backyard. Their toilet is the backyard, with 2 children in the house. How do we make sure that circumstances like that don't become, again, a driver? Because we ask ourselves, who would blame her? Mr. Speaker, sir, how would I fault her? How would I fault her? And she says, and put her hands up in the air, as a daughter, I have no choice. I have no options before me in order to be able to facilitate. So the carefulness and the thoughtfulness comes to when we understand all of the sides of what it means to care for, to be responsible for our elderly as well. I also, as well, Mr. Speaker, sir, want to acknowledge that there are elderly who remain active, vibrant, and want to be able to continue to play a role in society, that have a lot to offer, that are strong physically and mentally, and that there is within our society an ageist attitude that would suggest that they need to be relegated because they have served their purpose, they've worked hard, go and retire now, go to queue and have a good time, and that is your space where we want to see you, but that in the active realm of still contributing, that is a space that is reserved for others. Mr. Speaker, sir, I met this lady again during the election when I was canvassing. One of my canvassers said to me, you have to come meet this lady. And I remember I passed the house a number of different times. And I said, but I always go there, but nobody answers. So she said to me, the lady lives by herself. The house is closed up, but she's normally there in the back bedroom, so you have to call ahead. So I went to the house, we called ahead, made the appointment, and I went and I sat down with her for about an hour and a half. Wonderful house, nicely outfitted, and the lady told me about her life story, her experiences. For whatever reason, her children and her perhaps, don't get along well, so she was living there alone herself. She'd worked for a number of years in England, brought back her money, built her own house, and all of that. Mr. Speaker, sir, she told me about how she grew up, about the hardness of her life, about how she was sold by her mother to a coolie man to go and work with that coolie man when she was a child in order to be able to bring in money into the family. She told me how she said, I'm relating what she said. I'm relating what she said. I'm not being derogatory, I'm relating what she said. She said that she begged, she was on a bicycle with him one day, and she actually saw her mother, and she begged her mother at that time to take her back home. And so she went back home, and she was put to work in the field. But as she got older then, she was able to take that opportunity. And I relate that story to say, there is such richness in the stories and life experiences of our elderly. That story of resilience, that story of being able to overcome. She talked to me about what it meant to be a black woman from the West Indies at that time, she would call it, growing up in England, working, saving her money, and then being able to come back home and the pride and invest and be able to help her children as well and invest, and now with a roof over her head. But as she said that, and as she came to the end of the story, the pride started to give way to pain, because she said, I'm locked here in this house because after all I have given and done and sacrificed and come back home, there is nothing for me. There's nothing for me. The children don't come to visit. She has one friend in the neighborhood, who will come and help and look at her, and they'll share a meal together and often check in. But her life now has shrunk to that house and that space and that sentiment of there's nothing for me. All of that life experience and stories that she held me captive for over, like I said, an hour and a half, nobody else hears. And again, that is because we relegate them. We don't want to hear. They don't understand the modern society. These old-time stories don't mean anything. These experiences are for another time. They have no relevance in the current time. And Mr. Speaker, sir, again, we can put legislation in place as policymakers. But what is important is the pulses that we send to society that need to ensure a cultural change in attitudes. Because if we don't do that, the state will have to intervene time and time again and put more guardrails time and time again, because the attitudes of society have not changed.
The honourable member has 2 minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to recommend that, again, that this legislation goes along, and I know that the ministry has started to do it, but an intensified campaign. Intensified, not about elder abuse. We know that. I understand that. That's important. But I'm talking about a campaign that encourages us once again to be able to value the seniors in our community, what they bring, their stories, what we can learn, what they have to offer, make spaces for them, Mr. Speaker, sir, on boards, to be able to make sure that we don't lose that richness of their experiences, make space for them. The bill talks about their importance in decision making, but how do we do that practically? How do we send those pulses, Mr. Speaker, sir, to society? Mr. Speaker, sir, I close again with full support for this bill, full support for the acknowledgement that government is doing what it should in establishing, as I call it, those guardrails. I support the work of the ministry, the hard work of the ministry and the minister before him for bringing this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I end as well by saying the fruit of the thing is going to be in the experience of it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged.
Honourable Member St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, in listening to this debate today, it reminded me of myself as a young student researching the various plant medicines and plant remedies that we would have used, the different types of medicinal plants found throughout the region. And in studying that, we would often look at the history that brought that knowledge to the region, to Barbados. And what we would have learned was that it was those persons, those older persons from various communities on the west coast of Africa who came over along with the enslaved, who in some cases retained this information and shared it with generations that came after. What we realized then, even then in that period on the plantation, that the older persons amongst us, those elderly persons who would have learned the virtues of medicinal plants through trial and error, in some cases through information that they retain in their memories, because they took everything from them on the voyage, but what they could not take from them, Mr. Speaker, was that collective consciousness, that knowledge, those memories. So they brought those. And those memories, skills, and traditions would have come through the years, and those things became very important, and we value those things for many years. For many years, persons of a certain age were seen as persons to be respected. I do not know when it happened. I do not know if it's a generational thing. We are at generation what? Generation X? Generation, you know, the young people talk, what are we at now? Alpha, well, you see that? Okay. Generation Alpha, Alpha generation. But what we've seen is that there's been a shift from that view, from that tradition where we value our elderly, our old people, as we call them, to now those persons are made to feel ignored. And when you're from a rural space, Mr. Speaker, where sometimes you may be living here, yes, a lot of the communities in the country areas are close-knit, but that's true. But what is also true is that a lot of the areas in the country are sparse. Areas are sparsely populated, so a person may live alone on a plot of land, and his neighbor may be maybe I wouldn't want to say a mile, because it wouldn't be a mile, but a good distance away from where he lives. And he will work that land all his life. He gets old, and he's in there. His children have to go and work, and he's there lonely all day long, nobody to see him, nobody to talk to. These are things that we experience in the countryside. So it has both the benefits and the various hardships that those in other spaces will experience, but I think that we experience far more in the country. But my point is that sense of importance and value that was placed on the knowledge and the traditions that we would have inherited, I think that has somewhat dissipated. And we say in everything that we do, everything. I was reading somewhere that there's a saying in Africa that when an old man dies, an entire library burns down. And I understood that to mean that all the knowledge and everything goes with the old man. And in a ministry where he works, where there's always need for traditional knowledge, institutional knowledge, but you also need that other, that know-how from the communities. You get a sense that even with that, sometimes you find that persons don't even respect that experience, that lived experience. And remember, for St. Michael South will tell you that as much as the engineering knowledge is good, and we value that experience is extremely important, because those older people know how water would have discharged from the road, how it flowed. They know when it rains, what happens in a certain area, how the land moves. They know these things. We can only guess, and we can model this, and we can model that, but the reality is that when someone lived through something, they know. And it kind of breaks my heart today to be living in a society where now a lot of that is not value anymore. People have no regard for these persons anymore. They leave them at home. They leave them in hospital. They don't want to treat them when they're ill. You know what's heartbreaking even more? You have situations in some communities where there's a person in the house, you know that the person is suffering. You know that the person is not eating, they're getting small, they're not coming out. And you have other people in the community, and they say nothing. And I don't think they don't say anything because they're spiteful or they're mean or they're wicked or anything like that. I think in our tradition, people find it difficult to go and report another family in their community. And that's why I'm glad that this bill speaks to this mandatory reporting, because you need to tell somebody when these things happen. These things are awful. The poor old person, old man, old woman is in there. They're suffering every day. They're not eating to get a good meal. Sometimes they try to do things for themselves, but they can't. They're starving. And people are seeing this, but it's not my business. That's not my business, because I don't want nobody to curse me. I don't want nobody to wallet me down. I ain't getting involved. And that's something that we need to stop. And I'm glad that we've had to put things in legislation to ensure that this never happens. It never happens. Again, or at least there's recourse for persons when it happens, because we need to value our elderly. There are a number of things that I think as a government we have done over the years that shows that we have been putting, because everything ties in together, we've been putting things in place to ensure that our elderly people are cared for. If I look at St. Andrew, for example, and I look at the work that was done down there in terms of building out some of the facilities, the outpatient clinic, the post office. Yes, anybody can walk into a post office, anybody can walk into an outpatient clinic, but when you go down there any Wednesday, any Monday, you see a lot of old people. You see a lot of the elderly, that's where they go. And they go there because they're familiar, they go there because it's close, and they go there because it's accessible. And I think so, some may go there also to socialize and have a chat, especially the post office. And this is all part of caring, because you understand the demographics of a place, you understand that you have a lot of elderly, you understand that certain things they like to do. And you put measures in place to ensure that facilities are there for them, so that gives them a little bit of dignity as well. Because when you can just get up and walk and go just across the road and visit an outpatient clinic, you still feel that sense of independence. I think just like a child wants to be independent as it grows older, I think a lot of old people also want to be independent as they grow older, because you know that they revert to being almost childlike again. And they fight that. So then you see those clinics, you see those outpatient clinics, you see those post offices. That one was open, I believe, down in St. Lucie. You had a clinic here in St. Thomas, and St. Andrew, and St. Joseph. These facilities, yes, they're for everybody, but they're mainly, when those things were conceptualized, you had those elderly persons in mind. Because they don't want to catch the bus. You don't want to run the risk of them getting lost or having to wait 2 or 3 hours for transportation. You don't want that. So you put those facilities in place to ensure that these things are right there. This is part of caring. But that's what government has been doing. So this is nothing new. This bill is just part of this government's policy towards the elderly, to ensure that they're cared and they're let to live a life of dignity. I know the member for St. Microsoft mentioned standards. You know, there's a saying amongst engineers that when you build without standards, you already built to fail. And we cannot afford to fail our elderly, especially when we building facilities. We are building facilities, whether it be buildings or even infrastructure that is not built to standard. Because the ramp that is too steep poses a danger for that elderly person. That rail that is not put on properly poses a serious danger for an elderly person, because, you know, at our age, and I'm heading hard to 50 now, when we fall and we break something, I'm one of the youngest persons in here right now, but yes, I'm heading hard to 50. When we fall and we break something, we don't heal as quickly as we used to. We don't. And I'm still relatively young. So when you have a person, an old person in his 70s, and that person falls because a rail was not built to standard, or a ramp was built too steep, or what have you, and that person falls and harms themselves, you're really putting that person's life in danger. And that's why we've taken, in our ministry, we're looking seriously at standards. We may be more concentrating on the standards for infrastructure, but you're also concerned about the standards for buildings as well. Because those buildings, those facilities will host persons with various age and disabilities. So we have to be concerned about that as well. So that's why we are not only looking at resilience, but we're looking at how these standards would impact the well-being of the elderly amongst us, and the disabled, any vulnerable group amongst us, we take into consideration. That's why that we are ensuring that we look at what are international standards and we build to those standards. We're not going to get it right in every single instance. We're not going to get everybody to come on board at the same time, but you can guarantee that we are working towards that to ensure that everybody follows a certain guideline as it relates to building with a certain standard. And all these things are treated to in this particular bill because they understand the importance of operating to standards. And standards would also relate to how one cares for the elderly. Caring for old people is not easy. It's difficult. You get frustrated. You get angry. And if you're not well trained, you can very well drop your hands and go along and let that person there in their filth. Going to work. You know how many old people get up and mess themselves in the morning, and the young people get up and go down to work because they've been touching that. They ain't dealing with that. They tell you, get to the bathroom, call me. A poor person can't even call you. They don't have the time to call you. But you crawling with them as if you think you're talking to somebody that well. And you get up vexed, you go down to work, and that person stays there for the entire day until you come home, you feel like cleaning them. So these things happen. That's why it's important to have standards. So if you're caring for someone, yes, that's in a home, but if you're caring for someone in a facility or if it's home-based, you must be trained because just because you're doing something in your community doesn't mean that you can give a substandard service. You still have to know that, yes, they may say things that may offend you. Yes, they may do things that may upset you, but you still have to act professionally. You still have to exercise patience. Because at this stage in their lives, they need that. They need that more than you can imagine. There's another thing, too, that I think is important that we as MPs, in our capacity as MPs, we need to not only know how the old people in our communities live, we also need to know where they live. That's very important. I know some people know where they live at certain times, but we need to know where they live at all times and how they live. And that's why I encourage persons in communities to get involved in these various community groups because there are things that you can do to assist. There are people living throughout your communities that have older people with all kinds of ailments and disabilities, and you need to know these things. We need to know these things. Somebody in the community needs to know these things. And that's why I as a young person in St. Andrew, we would have formed a group because we realized that there was no community group in looking after persons in Orange Hill, and Hillaby, and Farmers, and Westmoreland, those places. There's nobody, only the family or close friends. And we felt, no. We need to form a group that we can do some sort of profile, a survey, get a sense of what ailments, what prescription, and so on and so forth. I know it's done at the national level, but sometimes you don't catch all the information if you do it at the national level. Sometimes you have to go in there with your small little groups and look for areas that are underserved. And we would have done that. I want to encourage persons to do that. If you're not part of a group, then join a group. If there's no group, then form a group. But do something at that level to assist in caring for the elderly, just like the government is putting legislation in place to care, because legislation alone, as you said, is not gonna do it. Persons have to actually care as well. Persons have to put in effort to ensure that the care is given and it's more holistic. Now, there's an aspect of this that speaks to the abuse of the elderly. And we as men, something that many men face, where they're abused financially by females. I'm sure that there are some older females who are also abused. Well, some people may argue that some men give away the money, and they give it away with glee, right? Some people do that. I am sure that in many cases the happiest money that they ever spent. But that does not change the fact that it can be construed as abuse if it gets out of hand. And as I said, the same thing applies to some women, older women. There are people out there who may take advantage of older women as well. Maybe not as frequently as the other way around, but that's the world that we live in. And I think that it's something that, even though, yes, we may make light of it because, most men would tell me, I know there are men who would tell me that it's not abuse. But they look forward to it. So it's not abuse. But the simple truth is that in some cases it goes too far. When it gets to the point where you are giving away everything and you can't buy food for yourself, or you have to go back and beg back for money. You can't pay, but you got to go back and beg back for money to buy something for yourself. Then no. And it gets that far, you can't pay your bills, you find yourself on the street. But whenever you get a pension, somebody can find you to change it for you and spend it for you. No, that's not wrong. That's not right. That's wickedness. And we need that when that happens, that there are measures in place that those persons have recourse, or the family has recourse. If it's the family, or somebody can turn to somewhere for recourse. So I just wanted to put that in there because I know that is perhaps one of the most rampant forms of abuse, of elder abuse that we see in this country. And because of our culture and because of our history, we've come to not acknowledge that form of abuse as actual abuse, but that doesn't change the fact that it is abuse. And I'm glad that we are addressing that now in a serious way to ensure that those persons who fall victim to people like that and those persons like that can have some form of recourse. So as I close, I want to reiterate again the importance and the value of the older persons in our communities. Legislation alone would not help us to see the value. I think that we should look within and really determine amongst ourselves how important these persons are. You're not going to realize it until they are gone. Very often, it's too late when people realize how valuable the elderly amongst us were. When I was a lecturer at university, there was a course that we taught called, I was going to mention this earlier, but it slipped my mind. I'm going to mention it now. There was a course that we taught called The Making of Caribbean Words and the study of Caribbean words and the making of Caribbean glossaries. I think there were two courses that I taught, and those were the two. And one of the programs that we wanted to do was to engage some of our older Barbadians, just to get some stories, and so we can document those stories and have them that they can share with for future generations. And we talk about it in the university. We talk about it in the linguistic department where I was based at the time. And we even train up some young linguists in the skills of chronicling and compiling dictionaries and working on definitions and so on and so forth. But we never got beyond that stage. And in that period, and as I started teaching at university now, good 11 years now, but in that time, we have lost so many of our elderly and so many things, so much knowledge that could have been useful to us today to help us to understand all the things that we're seeing, the climate change, the road infrastructure, the failing of our bridges, and so on and so forth. So many things that could have guided us now in doing our work. Even some of the other social things we've lost because nobody, and I'm saying I hope that somebody, don't have the time now to do it as I did back then when I was a student and a young lecturer, but somebody can undertake the task of going out there and engaging these elderly persons, talking to them, recording their voices. Because you don't have to write things anymore. You don't have to transcribe anymore. When I was a student, you had to write and transcribe. And transcribing took hours and hours and hours and hours. You had to do it in groups. It took so long. Now you have technology that can record and transcribe for you at the same time. That we really should use that technology, that AI technology, to go out there and engage some of our old people, our super centenarians now, our 90-year-olds, our 100 plus. Just talk about just random things. We used to talk about just random things, just to hear them start to tell them stories and then record those things. Because when they're gone and they're gone forever. And I just want to implore somebody in hearing of my voice to take up that challenge. We have all kind of challenges on IG, on social media, a lot of foolishness if you ask me. But that's this one, I think this is a worthwhile challenge, and I want to encourage someone to take it up. So as I close, I want to fully associate myself with this bill. I support the work that the ministry is doing to ensure that the elderly among us are cared for and they're protected. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
You don't be here long. So go long.
Honourable for Christ Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this important piece of legislation because one of the very clear mandates that we set about at the beginning of the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, sir, was to ensure that as we right-size the Barbados economy, that we gave a commitment under the program, sir, to address vulnerability. And that vulnerability presented itself, sir, in various ways. And one of the things under the program that we put in place, sir, at least from the outset, was to address what we describe, sir, as a minimum floor on social spending, which we've put in place and we've continued and maintained throughout all the programs to date to ensure that persons who were truly the most vulnerable, sir, at least will have a financial floor below which we will not allow families to go. And so coming out of the program, we also indicated that we wanted to reform clearly a number of the services that we were providing socially. And to that extent, as we were tracking the spending associated with the targets under the program, we then set about focusing on how do we respond to families. And the response, as we went through the initial start of the adjustments to get things back on track financially, we then focused first on the matters relating to children, and you know, sir, that we came and we brought both the Child Justice and the Child Protection Bill to this chamber as part of how we were going to systemically address issues of vulnerability. We have been global advocates on climate change and vulnerability with small states and ourselves at that level, seeking policy space to be able to address those things, specifically to ensure that we could deliver, sir, on those things that matter to people and their families in their everyday lives. And I know that this is a journey because as we continue to focus on how, as we describe in economics, sir, overlapping generations relate to each other, that as we are here today to focus on the older people's bill, and I know that my honourable friend delighted in presenting this bill for us today, the reality is that many of us, sir, if not all of us, can relate stories of engaging our grandparents, sir, growing up. As I've told this chamber on many occasions, my grandmother raised me as most grandmothers raise a number of people in this country and great-grandmothers, sir. And so we really do have a duty to ensure that as people genuinely age, that the protections that we have put in place, certainly for children, to be able, who are genuinely vulnerable, that we do so in the context of the vulnerability that presents for older persons. And in between this attempt to focus on the protections for children, sir, no protections for older persons in this country, we also sought to address, sir, protections for persons with disabilities. And so on the social front, whilst we accept that legislation and the government can't, as I said in the budget, sir, we cannot legislate love in people's hearts. We can create an ecosystem that allows us as a society to be responsible and to be responsive. And that as much as the minister and his team, the honourable member for St. Michael South, the former member for St. Thomas, sir, who was here with us earlier today, in leading this charge to be able to help deliver some of these key reforms. I think it is important, sir, that we do not lose sight of the fact that if our Barbadian families don't get stronger, sir, not just organically, but us being able to create what I would describe as a coalition of goodwill, sir, to ensure that we can restore strength across generations in our families, sir, that all that we have been striving to do over these 60 years of independence, sir, of building a nation, that it will come to naught if we do not commit to each other, sir, across generations. And the government, we've taken the necessary steps to improve our systems, to address how we respond to families, and that's why I think, as the honourable member would have indicated, the reason that we formed the Social Empowerment Agency, sir, is to ensure that our response to families is as comprehensive as we can make it, sir, rather than different institutions, sir, focusing on their particular mandate, but us looking at how do we strengthen families in this country. And as we are mobilizing the rest of government to respond not just to families, but to communities and across the country, sir, that this piece of legislation that's here today, I think, is critically important in terms of how Barbados, sir, can enhance its social service provision, but equally, sir, engaging people in how we can protect the most vulnerable amongst us. And I am happy, sir, to say that we have been able to support the work ongoing in terms of the ministry financially, because it is important to recognize, sir, that, and you would recall, sir, in our days of traversing the length and breadth of Barbados, sir, rubbing shoulders all across Barbados, that one of the very important elements prior to us taking office, sir, in 2018, was that we visited households in Barbados where the single stable income was that of the older person, the pensioner in the home, sir. And at the time, as people's hopes were dashed, some of the young people's hopes were dashed because of the introduction of the policy at the university to pay fees, that put additional strain, sir, on those very households, because the potential for earning income for those young people meant that, again, sir, the very people that we want to serve, that we want to protect with this bill, sir, their financial circumstance meant that they had to utilize their own resources now to further support the family. And whilst that is nothing new for Barbadian households, that was something certainly of our own doing as government. And therefore, we sought to correct that as quickly as we could, sir, by doing a few things. And let me remind the country through you, sir, that one of the very first things that we did on assuming office, sir, you would recall, is that we increased the non-contributory contributory pension to ensure that those very households who were struggling and living off of the single income of these individuals, that they could see a better way of surviving as we did the initial adjustment, sir, under the BERT program. And therefore, as we did that initially, that was intended to ensure that, again, not just with respect to the targets under the program, but it was in response to the fact that as we engaged right across the length and breadth of Barbados, sir, that we were responding to the situation as we saw it, sir, matched with the affordability that was able to be put in place given the fact that the general pension system had not seen any significant increases for a number of years. Equally, sir, as it relates to older persons, when we completed the debt restructuring, sir, you would recall that we came back to the chamber and we advanced the prepayment for pensioners, older persons, sir, for whom they could not wait the prescribed period of time to ensure again, sir, that the social protection element and to reduce the vulnerability, that we were able to allow those policyholders of CLECO and those policyholders of British American, sir, who had waited up until that point, sir, 10 years for a resolution, that we were able to prepare some of those persons such that in the twilight of their years, sir, that it would not be as hard on them and their families, given that we understood, sir, that even though we had reintroduced tuition fees at the payment by the government of tuition fees in September of 2018, that it will still take time for those young people to complete their education, sir, before they can get a job to help support their families. And therefore, the government has been consistent, sir, with respect to how we respond to vulnerability. And this bill today, sir, I think nobody in their right mind, sir, would oppose any of the provisions that are here, because this really is about ensuring that there is a level of protection, sir, for people when they age. And as you know, sir, we are no longer as young as we used to be. and I know that as my friend from St. Andrew, the Honourable Member for St. Andrew said earlier, we headed hard for 50. Some of us, yes, are heading hard for 50. Some of us are a little north of that, but the reality is, sir, that we all live in a society, sir, where we like to believe that there's respect for elders, which needs to come back with greater force, sir, and that we are committed to a type of society that honors the sacrifice, sir, the sacrifice that many of our older people made for us, sir, to benefit from. And I mean that genuinely, sir, because I know that many of the persons that are covered under these protections labored, sir, to pay taxes to send me to Wesley Hall, sir, and pay taxes to send me to Commonwealth, sir, and pay taxes for me to go to university, sir, like all of us. Pay taxes, sir, that we can go to the polyclinic. In my case, sir, it was Black Rock Polyclinic, to have health care provided to all of us, to me and those in the surrounding areas. And therefore, it is only responsible of us now, a generation of people coming out of independence, to ensure that we do what is right for the elderly in this country. Now, I just want to make a couple other points, sir, to indicate that one of the challenges that we have in our society, sir, is we don't like to talk about things in the family, sir. Whether it is the medical history, sir, or certainly financial matters, sir, we don't like to talk about these things in families. And I think one of the very things that bedevils families is the difficulty that some of us may have with making the decision as to who to leave the property to. And these are things, sir, that create some angst, as you would appreciate, sir, in helping to resolve these matters within families. And therefore, I believe that we need to do more within our communities. I know the financial literacy program is embarking in more community engagement, but the reality is that a lot of our elderly persons who work hard, acquired property, they raise families, sir, in this country. And whilst the government has put in place mechanisms with respect to the deed of gift, as we articulated a few years ago, sir, in relation to helping families to transition property ownership in these spaces, these are the things that we need to engage with our elderly population as to how they can transfer ownership, sir, to to whomever, children's dependents, so to speak, so that their rights certainly can be, yes, protected in that context as part of how we support their livelihoods into their old age. And whilst we are finalizing the mechanism now, sir, for issues related to reverse mortgages and the like to service persons of this demographic, it is going to be important, sir, that we engage in some fairly aggressive education, if you like, sir, such that persons that this bill could potentially impact, that they understand how they can exercise, sir, and take advantage of said opportunities. Now, sir, family life in the West Indian context is not in any way to be construed with what happens in a Western static definition. And therefore, it is important that between these issues that need to be addressed as it relates to older persons, sir, as well as within families, it is going to be important because we do not want to see the hard work of older persons, whether it is the family home, sir, whether it is the acre of land that is available to come into production, sir, that they end up in a non-productive state such that they become potentially public nuisances at worst. But more I suppose, perhaps worse than that, is brothers and sisters fighting over what to do with the property. Because that type of dysfunction, sir, is really not healthy for a society. And therefore, we really must encourage our elderly population that either, sir, through the process of the making a will and those types of things, sir, to actually make a decision as to who will take on the responsibility for these assets, sir, such that there's an orderly process with respect to how these things are discharged. Because the one thing I would say, sir, that has held back the development of a number of families in this country is the failure, sir, of us creating an ecosystem that allows for some of these things to happen in a much seamless way. And I raise that in this context, sir, because whilst we are talking about protecting and providing care for persons clearly when they're alive, and we certainly want all of those things to be in place, the reality is that the better use of some of the assets that people do have once they're alive can help deliver, whilst they're alive, some of the standard of care that we would want for them to have whilst they're still alive. And therefore, it is important that we support those efforts. And I want to say that I know the Social Empowerment Agency has a lot of work to do in just delivering better on the existing services. And therefore, the cohesion in terms of family response align with these additional supporting mechanisms I believe, sir, will redound to the benefit and strengthen of families across the board. But it's not going to happen overnight by us snapping a finger or even passing legislation. It is work that has to be done every single day, sir, in our homes, in our communities, with the full support of government, which I can say to you, sir, that the government is intending to move in this direction to make sure that it is as easy as possible to dispose of any of these assets in this way. Because, sir, getting access to resources beyond what government, the state, can provide will also give people choices that they perhaps were not aware was available to them, simply because we are able now to press assets that are not productive into production in order for people then to be able to make decisions on their own volition, and which I hope will provide the type of care that we want. As you know, sir, we've constructed the first phase of the geriatric hospital again, sir, with respect to being able to expand the provision of care. I mean, Barbados is an aging society. And I want to say something, sir, because I got a message, I don't know if it's Instagram or WhatsApp, recently, last week when I was in Washington. And a message related to a proposal in Trinidad which proposed to eliminate the payment of taxes for pensioners. And it is a curious thing because as the population ages, sir, and we have not replaced the population replacement rate, sir, is not at the level that it should be. And therefore, from a structural perspective, I can only say to Bajans that whilst we can improve the administration of taxation as it relates to pensioners, as you know, in the budget, sir, we increased the threshold from 50,000 to 75,000 just a few weeks ago. But over the long term, sir, if we are not having enough people coming into the workforce, sir, attracting through an aggressive immigration program to have more workers into the country, sir, then and if we don't solve the NCD problem, sir, on the other hand, then we're going to have a situation where we're going to have a very aged population with nobody paying taxes. And if nobody's paying taxes, then it means then that the services that people will expect when they go to the polyclinic or the QEH or what have you, sir, in terms of just the normal function in the economy, then we can just have a lot of older people looking around at one another trying to figure out what happened. And so this is not a philosophical thing. This is something that we now have to let people understand that the quality of services that will be provided is really dependent on us ensuring that the money we are actually spending now in education and training, that the people are getting into the workforce and helping to deliver on those services that we want to provide. One, not just to protect the people that this legislation is seeking to protect, but you're talking about how the silver economy now, sir, is going to take an even more important impact on the economy itself. And so earlier when I spoke to you, sir, about the fact that we met many people for whom the pension was the stabilizing factor in the households, then we have work to do on all fronts, sir. Because the quality of life that people can expect to live in this country going forward is going to be interdependent on the level of investment, and that's why the reduction of child abuse, how we address child justice by diverting young people away from the criminal system and getting them into more productive programs, sir, so that they become responsible adults to help deliver the kind of care that we want, not just for this demographic, but across the society. It is going to be important that we understand that government's policy has been consistent, has been coherent, and we are doing the work, sir, to make sure that as Barbados' population ages, that we're equally reinforcing the investment that we're making in our young people as we have them now, and that equally, sir, we are working at being able to attract other people to come in to help bolster the numbers with respect to survival, to the not just the tax structure, but the actual delivery of the kind of services that we will expect people when they retire to be able to enjoy. And so this is not an esoteric discussion, sir. This is what this government's work has been under the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, sir. And so we have to get it right. We have to get it right quickly, because with each year, as the persons above 50, if I recall correctly, by 2050, sir, it is estimated that half the population will be over 65. And that is just, sir, in 24 years. And therefore, if half the population is projected to be over 65 by 2050, we now have to make sure that that does not become a reality. And therefore, as the government, in seeking to create an ecosystem where we attract people to Barbados, we ensure that the training that I know the Honourable Member for St. James South is rolling out across the length and breadth of Barbados, sir, for our young people to engage, is going to be important, because we have to ensure that, one, pensions are paid, two, the economy is growing such that the national insurance, for which my friend here from St. Peter has responsibility for, that the investment income is coming back into the national insurance, such that this bill in relation to the financial protections for older people, I mean, I really don't like the name, but that's the name of the bill, sir, older people.
They prefer that as the accepted term, not elderly.
Not older people, sir, that there's the social safety net is there. And so we will continue to work under the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program to ensure that the treatment of vulnerability is as comprehensively covered as we could possibly make it, sir. And so I really have no difficulty at all supporting this legislation. We do have to, and it's not that the government wants to get into anybody's family business in that way, sir, but we have to create space such that people are confident to address some of these family challenges. I would say, sir, that I think what my honourable friend from St. Andrew was attempting to say is that there are some men in this country, sir, that have not developed good relations with their families. And that's a reality, sir. And as they age, regrettably, the nature of those relations or lack thereof play out. And as you know, sir, most families are headed by single parent homes, which are female-headed, and therefore the perhaps acrimonious nature of the relations, for whatever reason, sir, it festers. And to the extent that, even as I said in the wrap-up to the budget, sir, one of the things that concerns the government is not just the financial protection, but as we said, sir, we are going to put a mechanism in place so that the National Insurance and Social Security Service will send to everybody over the age of 50, sir, a statement of their contributions every year on their birthday, sir, so that the government is allowing people to know where they stand with respect to Social Security. Because there are too many people, and as many of us as MPs have observed, there are many men out there, sir, they're working jobs all over the place. Sometimes they remember to make the contributions, sometimes they don't. And when they're no longer able to work, sir, because we believe, these men, sir, we can always be strong, and so we believe that somehow or the other, that we can always be able to work. Something happens, sir, you get ill, and then you're no longer able to provide for yourself or even for your family. And therefore, as this particular process is rolled out, just to give people a reminder and let them know what they can do to make amends before reach the age of 67, and I know the ages will go up as we move ahead. We really need, sir, people to be a little more responsible and look after that interest so that as they age, they have the protection in place which the state has already provided. And this is important, sir, because there are a lot of men in this country who fall short of the contribution, the number of contributions that will make you eligible for a contributory pension. And because of that, and because we know that they were working, they then don't obviously qualify for a non-contributory pension. And therefore, it is important that we help people to help themselves, sir. And therefore, that is something that we will do, because at the end of the day, sir, if the less vulnerability that we can create in the country, the better it is, sir, for everybody in the long run. And therefore, whilst as politicians, we would like to help people, the reality is that we need to make sure that people are helping themselves to avoid any of the issues that arise with people being vulnerable, susceptible, sir. Because if, as you know, sir, people are desperate for money, somebody could come along, sir, and offer them something that they might otherwise refuse, but because of the circumstance, then they may find themselves making choices that they ordinarily wouldn't. And therefore, these are some of the things, sir, that we are working to be able to address whilst we close the circle, as you would say, sir, with respect to vulnerability. And therefore, let it not be misunderstood that this government's mission since assuming office on May 25th, 2018, sir, has been to transform the lives of Barbadians. And in so doing, sir, we have been able, through first the Inter-American Development Bank, we had a policy-based loan 2 years ago, which focused on the reforms within this social sector space. Last year, the OPEC Fund for International Development, sir, further augmented the work that was being done by the Ministry of People Empowerment, sir, for us to be able to advance some of the work that was presented, not just here today, but work that's ongoing. And therefore, the government has been committed to the social transformation of Barbados. And as I said, whilst legislation of itself, sir, does not cure the ills within families, we are creating an ecosystem that allows people that, should they choose, that they can get some of these issues resolved in quick order. And so, sir, I am happy to support this bill. I commend the work, as I said, of the former member from St. Thomas, the member from St. Michael South, as well as my good friend from Christchurch West Central, who I know took absolute glee for leading this debate today, sir, and to say to all Barbadians that your government is working to ensure that where issues arise, that we can address them, sir, systematically. And our focus has always been to ensure that we lift the fortunes of those who are most vulnerable in our society, and we are committed to be able to find resources to deliver better for our people, sir, and that in doing so, I hope that people will see that the clear link between having a stronger economy also equates, sir, to having stronger families and stronger communities. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I gave way to the last speaker, not because I thought he would be short, because he never is, but I did feel that it was necessary to do so, given that with his experience certainly in leading us through a very difficult period in relation to economic matters, that on a bill that is particularly important to the seniors of this country and certainly for all of us who are aging, that certainly context needed to be given to the genesis of this bill and certainly what the Ministry of Finance has been doing in relation to making sure that we prepare the platform to allow those of us who are aging to feel a little bit more comfortable that our government is certainly working in our best interest. Mr. Speaker, there are times when perhaps all of us in this place are divided on a few things. Sometimes we agree on a few things. But one of the things that, for me, in relation to this particular bill is clear, is that whether sometimes we may not have the same experiences or we don't have the same backgrounds, one of the things that grounds us, I think, is that we have all gotten here as a result of being birthed into this world, and we therefore have the experience of having parents to have cared for us at some point, or even godparents or grandparents who we have been raised by. And therefore, as certainly I've been in this place going 15 years, certainly in my time in this place, I have interacted with many of my colleagues who in both places have been impacted by their parents aging, by themselves also being the recipients of the aging process. And certainly, as you've heard from other members during the course of today, obviously we are all at different times feeling the burden of being able to care for our elderly parents, certainly because they have also cared for us. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that we are seeing declining birth rates in Barbados. Prime Minister Motley often references the fact that we are challenged at this point in time in terms of the number of students coming through the system, and therefore that has a direct impact in terms of the future generation and the persons who are going to be able to carry some of the weight in this country. And we also are mindful that we also have one of the fastest growing aging populations in this part of the Western Hemisphere. I believe the figures are somewhere between 16 to 19% of our population is in the 65 years or over bracket. And it is anticipated that in the next 10 years, we could surpass somewhere around 20%. Certainly by 50 years from now, we could be at 50% of the population of Barbados being over the age of 65. Mr. Speaker, for most people, I don't think that those numbers may mean much. But I certainly believe that it's important for us to contextualize this debate against that background. We have had, as a government, to face some hard truths, not only in relation to dealing with what we inherited, but also dealing with the fact that we have to, while making sure that we steer the ship, that we also make sure that we lay a foundation for future generations to come to be able to build on the foundation that we have laid as well. We have therefore, as you heard the last speaker, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central speak to, spent a considerable amount of time laying that foundation in the area of finance, making sure that whether it has been the increases in the non-contributory pension, making sure that we are putting the investment into building out facilities for our elderly population in terms of residential care, that we are doing the things that are necessary once we have the fiscal space available to us to ensure that we allow for the elderly population to get a little bit more into their pocket to be able to breathe a little easier. Back in 2023, we were able to bring to this Parliament, in good faith as well, a policy on aging that has guided certainly this particular piece of legislation. And we have also in that policy looked at the fact that we had to address the issues of healthy living, because if you speak of aging, you cannot speak of aging in a vacuum. You have to speak of people being active agers and active people. You also have to speak about nutrition. You have to speak about all of the issues that affect the elderly. And that policy certainly laid the framework and the foundation for where we are today in being able to evolve to this particular piece of legislation, the Older Persons Care and Protection Bill. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to care for my grandmother. I was able to do so up to the point, certainly, till I took ill. I had to go overseas. But it was the greatest joy that I've ever had in my life, being able to care for the person who cared for me as a child and who raised me. And one of the things that has taught me in relation to why this particular piece of legislation is so important, as I think it has, as others have shared as well, is that we have a responsibility as the generation that has benefited from the older population, to be able to put the structures, the systems in place to really guide the next generation to come. And I say that because I remember as a child going to the hospital with my grandmother, and I remember being extremely upset because she had a heart condition. And I remember the nurse at the time told my grandmother to lie down. And for those who know, when you have a heart condition, if you have to lay down flat, it's real problems. You can't breathe, all kinds of things. But as old people pay attention to what doctors in particular say and anybody in authority. So my grandmother was proceeding to lay down on the bed. And there I am as a young girl saying, but Gran, you don't lay down at home. How you can, what are you doing? Why are you lying down? Only to realize that the manner in which the nurse was liaising with her obviously was very rough in terms of she wasn't asking the questions, and I believe I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch South speak to this in terms of the way we care for the elderly, not just in our homes, but how we care for the elderly within institutions as well. And there I was as a young girl watching how an institution was caring for an elderly grandmother who, as most other elderly people, will just follow instructions. But it stuck in my head from that early age, and I would say this without fear, that at that early age, because of the way I saw how my grandmother was being treated, I made a decision. I was a young attorney at the time, and I made a decision that no matter what, I would make sure I got her the best care. I would always be there with her till the day she died to make sure that anytime there was a situation where she was placed in a room and she may have been asked questions, that she had a carer, she had somebody who could basically articulate on her behalf. That, sir, has driven me in relation to my even advocacy of the healthcare, in the healthcare system and the healthcare arena, that it is important that you have patient advocates. You have people who are able to go with elderly persons to a hospital. You are able to go, if you admit them into an institution of any kind, that people have the opportunity to have patient advocates who can explain procedures, who can make sure that when people come out of institutions as well, that not only that they understand what they must go home and do to make themselves better, but equally that there is a conversation with their families so that they, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch South experienced, that we can bring an end to those situations where people are left in limbo, not knowing what it is that they're supposed to do when they go home. And I've seen it as a big woman, Mr. Speaker. I have seen it on many occasions visiting the hospital, whether for constituents or other people. And I've spoken about it here in the estimates, in budget debate, and I keep repeating it, that while we speak of care and protection in relation to households, we have to speak of it in relation to residential facilities, nursing institutions, or healthcare facilities, or institutions in terms of primary and secondary healthcare as well. I also had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and as I said, these are the things I believe that shape you and the things that when you stand in this place must give you the philosophy upon which you speak when you support particular pieces of legislation. I recall during COVID, my mother was experiencing the early stages of Alzheimer's. And I recall even prior to that period, I used to leave the cabinet meetings on Bay Street, and I would go to the nursing home and I would sit down with her, I would lie down in the bed. There was a freedom that we had to be able to still interact because she had to be institutionalized at that time. And I remember as the COVID period came in, being unable to visit the home. And I considered this one of the most difficult periods of my entire life. Not anything else that I've gone through has been this difficult. To know that you are busy trying to help run a country, but you end up having to leave the cabinet meetings, you're on meetings on a day, and you can go and you can see your mother at one point, and you can spend a couple of hours, lie down in the bed with her, make sure that she has something to eat and everything, interact with the other people in the home. But then COVID comes, and all of a sudden, we are basically shut out, excluded from being able to be in that space, obviously for safety reasons. But I explain this because things have changed for so many people in this country as a result of that COVID period. You have a number of our elderly people who have not been able to get that sense of touch, the ability to hug. I lost that ability to hug my mother for a number of years, to be able to feel that touch, to be able to hold on to her, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is that it sensitized me to the fact that especially if you are accustomed to hugs and you're accustomed to love, that in our institutions, that when we speak of care and protection, we also have to get to a point, once we have the fiscal space, to make sure that our institutions of care also have facilities to be able to ensure that people are getting the specialist care that is needed to be able to massage them. Not just to do the podiatry, but to make sure that they are able to get the simple things of a massage, Mr. Speaker. Because when those things have been taken away from people, they are never the same again. And we've been fortunate that we've been able to come through that period, but we've been left with a number of people who are afraid to leave their homes. We are left with a number of elderly people across this country who do not want to venture outside because they still fear the interaction with other people. We have a number of our elderly people who don't have that interaction with a number of people because a lot of people in their generation have died off. And I can say this because, my father will be 85 on the 26th of this month. And he probably has more of an active social life than most old people. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. My father, at close to 85, I call him last man standing, because many in his generation, many of the people that I grew up seeing him around and around his age, many of those people have passed on. We went to a funeral just on Saturday at Mount Tabor Church, where again another one in his generation has passed on. And I say this because while we bring this legislation, we have to place this in a context of the realities of what elderly people across communities are dealing with. We have a number of our people who are lonely, that sometimes just a little radio in the house, or I remember there was a gentleman who once asked me to just pay for the MCTV for him so he had interaction in his household, that he could watch TV, to make sure that somebody or something, some voices were being heard in the household after hours. Because while we did a fantastic thing in making sure that we had elderly care personnel within the households during the COVID period and after, the reality is that they go home at a certain point in the evening. And Mr. Speaker, many of these elderly people are left at home. They don't have anybody to engage with. They don't have anybody to talk to. Many of them don't have that interaction, or they don't have relationships with their children or their extended families. And as a consequence, many of them may rely on a person maybe in the neighborhood who might nip in and check on them from time to time. But the reason that this legislation has come into play is because I remember the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, the former member for St. Thomas, in this place from opposition to the time that she vacated this place, speaking consistently about the abuse of the elderly population that she encountered not only in her role as minister and then as advisor to the ministry, but also in her own interactions within her constituency as well, Mr. Speaker. I recall the former member for St. Thomas speaking to the concerns that were raised, because over the years she has helped so many of her family members, so many of her constituents battle the same dementia, Alzheimer's. And that honourable member, Mr. Speaker, did so as caretaker, as sibling, as everything, running the persons to the doctor. Because when you get to a state where your mental health deteriorates, even the people sometimes that you love, you don't want them around. You're going to accuse them of all kinds of things, because at the end of the day, your brain is not functioning the way that it once used to. I know sometimes when I visit my own mother, I'd have to tell myself, I'm not visiting the mother who gave birth to me. Because you come to a point where you recognize that people will change because of these types of issues, because of dementia and because of Alzheimer's. When we were all little, we used to hear about how the old people, man, that old man mad. This old woman, man, you can't go around her, man, she going off. And we have come full circle to understand conditions in a different way, to understand and to pick up the signs and the symptoms, and to know as a parliament that we must protect those people who cannot protect themselves, not only because they're our constituents, but because we have had the lived experience in our homes in dealing with these real life situations. That is why this older persons bill, Mr. Speaker, is before this place. Because just as members in this place have taken personally the issues relating to persons with disabilities, because we've had people who have had disabilities and who felt passionate about the issue and who made sure that they sensitized all of us to the issues as well. We've also had people who felt very passionately about children and making sure that children were protected, because they themselves cannot protect themselves, and we need to make sure that we protect them, because people understand the issues of abuse, especially in densely populated communities. We have brought this elder care bill, Mr. Speaker, this older persons bill here today, because this parliament, this government understands its responsibility. We know we cannot do everything. We know as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South said earlier, we understand that we've gotten to a place that sometimes is a very dark place, that we actually have to legislate behavior, that we've gotten to a point where we have to tell people what they must do to care and to protect their elderly and their elderly families in households. We've gotten to that point. But we as a government are not afraid to get to that point and to put the things in place to at least give the framework that all the other regulations and the standards can now be built around. And hopefully the messaging can be done by the Honourable Minister and his team to make sure that the population understands the importance of caring and protecting the elderly population in this country. I have had the pleasure, Mr. Speaker, as well, of having to care for my father. And that has been the biggest life lesson of all, sir, because to him, I owe a debt of gratitude for his investment in me. And therefore, I have seen through his eyes what it is to age before my eyes. I have seen at times that care that is required to make sure that the elder person does not fall, to make sure that the house is rearranged in a way that removes the obstacles that would make him or any other elder person visiting the house fall. I have understood the issues of when you're losing your hearing. And there are times when, you know, you will, my father talks very loud, and I think he was losing his hearing for a long time because he talked loud when I was a child, and he still talks loud. But the one thing that I have recognized that has kept and preserved him is his interaction with people. His memory is sharp, as is the Honourable Member for St. George South's father. And it is sharp, I believe, because he has been able to maintain an interaction with people of different age groups. He's well read. A day cannot pass without the interaction of hearing about world affairs. He goes through all the channels. He's well versed in sports across the world. But he has made himself active. Even if he's not outside and out and about, he has made himself active. It is watching him, Mr. Speaker, that has also allowed me to realize that even in my capacity as Minister of the Environment, that as we get ready to launch in the botanical gardens, the senior gardens, there's an area that is dedicated for seniors, that we have to make sure that the seating is conducive for old people to sit down. That we got to make sure that we got bathroom facilities that are close for them to be able to do their business. That we have to make sure that there are nutritious meals available within this space, not pigtails or other finery eating that the Honourable Member for St. George North likes, but things that will be consistent with the policies of this administration, because we cannot on the one hand tell this country about the national nutritional policy, and then when we come into these recreational spaces where we're talking about active aging and we need to get everybody, you know, as active seniors, that we're then not balancing the foods and the nutrition that we're also putting on the table, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things I like about this bill is that this bill speaks to an interministerial committee, which I believe addresses the notion that this is not about simply the ministers, the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. This bill touches on almost every other ministry if it is going to be effective. So whether it is how you educate people over at the Ministry of Education to make sure that our younger generation understands that they will get old, because you know they never told us when we were young that we were going to get old. We were told to get old, get educated, go and get a job, and that was the end of life. You know, you get married and you have children and that was it. But rarely do we teach our children that the aging process is a real part of life. So we always believe it's just about getting big and growing up. We never tell ourselves that we're going to also have to care for parents, and we're going to have to care for ourselves, and that every day you ain't going to feel the same, and that your body goes through all of these different changes. So education has to play a big role in making sure that this policy works, and hence the interministerial committee. Healthcare has to play a big part. Because, Mr. Speaker, while we speak about building out infrastructure and building out residential facilities, the reality is that given the statistics that I highlighted at the outset about our aging population, we cannot run from this issue and believe that we can build a geriatric hospital and that we can build a residential facility up Sterling, but not address the issues within communities where people may have to live in place, because whenever we build out and complete and open up the geriatric hospital, we may still not be able to meet the demand of the number of people who are knocking on the door to get in. And we know this from now, even before the doors open, Mr. Speaker. So what does it tell us? It means that while we build out Sterling and we provide the daycare facilities, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central will also at some point, and his team, have to come to the realization that we have to start to look more at the community living and being able to build out the facilities within homes as well. So what does that mean? What does that look like? Because for me, it is twofold. It is about incentivizing more and more people to be able to get involved in being able to renovate and retrofit homes or build out facilities, and we give them concessions to be able to do so, to be able to manage those facilities. I know we've had the discussions with the associations, with Elder Care, to be able to look at how they can get involved. But we need more, Mr. Speaker, because if 50% of our population in 50 years is likely to be over the age of 65, well, I will humbly suggest to this place that there's no Sterling and no geriatric hospital alone that is going to satisfy the demand for the entry into institutional care. And therefore, while we are looking at these structures, we must also be looking at the reality of everyday life within our communities for people who simply may not be able to get into the door because they're on a waiting list. And therefore, we have to look at the costs. I think somebody mentioned it earlier, the reality of leaving a hospital and having to go home to your house. What do you have to look at when you're going back home after you've had some major operation or you have some condition? And I took the opportunity while the Honourable Member for Christchurch South was talking about her experiences to go on a particular website to share with this chamber the realities of the cost of caring for people at home. If you can get into an institution, fine. But if you cannot get into an institution, these are some of the costs that people have to look at. One of the first things that people have to address, especially if they don't have good mobility, they got to go and buy the grip bars. A grip bar can cost you, a 16-inch grip bar can cost you $60, and it goes up, Mr. Speaker. You will know about this. If you have to get a shower chair, you're looking at $265. If you have to get your toilet seat raised because you might got some hip surgery and you got to get a little ease off of the toilet seat because it is too low, you are looking at $90. If you need one of those shower extensions to be able to, because you might not be able to reach up your hand, you got to be able to have it at a lower level to be able to allow for the water to be able to go all over your body. We're talking about $72, Mr. Speaker. If you need a commode, and many elderly people, well, it is difficult to have these conversations about commodes, I like to tell people, let us face facts. It is better for you to have these assisted devices in the house, and if you get the urge during the night, you can perhaps use it. Some people don't have the choice, and therefore, if you have to get a commode, you are starting at $185, Mr. Speaker. If you need the bath transfer seats, as some people do, to be able to slide them across a seat that is a little bit bigger, it has the handles as well, we're talking about $265. A bed rail, to be able to stop the elderly person from rolling off with the bed, we are at $160. Some people require the bath mats because if they do have the mobility and they can get in the shower and they've bought the handrail and they've bought the seat, they need the bath mat, they're talking $70. Mr. Speaker, if you need the adult Pampers, we are talking sometimes $60 and up, depending on the type of Pampers that you are buying. If you need the bed rail, there's also some that are $229. The underlay, which many people nowadays will use, especially if you cannot move the elderly person and they can't get off the bed, or if you're using it at night to be able to allow them not, if they can't get off of the bed, to go on to the commode, you're looking at $20 for 25 in a package. One of the most expensive experiences that elderly people will have having to come home from a hospital, especially if you're at the palliative care stage, is a hospitalized bed. Those types of beds that are mechanized that will allow you to simply adjust them. The ones that you get in the private institutions. You get them in the hospital too, but these ones are a little bit more fancy, sir. You can rent those sometimes, but if you are to buy one, which most people will opt not to do unless they have the resources, you're talking $4,000, sometimes $3,000 to be able to have a decent mechanized piece of equipment in your house. But if you rent it, which is an option, and a fully electric ones, you're talking about a security deposit of $250, and then you have to pay for every week thereafter $175. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am not here to advertise for anybody, but I want this honorable place and the public to understand the realities of when people take sick and need care, and they have to go home, what they are facing. So when we talk about why we got so much people inside the hospital and the families have disowned them and the families ain't gone back for them, start to add up these numbers. Because if you are a family member as well, not that you may not love your loved one, but if you are a family member trying to figure out how the hell you are going to get almost $2,000 to be able to retrofit your home, and this has nothing to do with any ramps or to get in the wheelchair or anything. These are the realities that people must face when they are considering, can I take that elderly person home to care for them? So I hear people say that people don't care and we're going in a different direction, but I just want you to understand the realities of what some households are facing. Now, that is not to make an excuse for anybody not caring for their old person. Because for me, I will suck salt if I gotta make sure that I gotta find the resources or beg a friend or ask somebody to help me to look after my elderly parents. But these are the realities in households, and particularly in communities which are already cramped in the household, where you have densely populated areas, where the ability to retrofit the home is sometimes not within the means or the ability of the persons who live in the house. I have already spoken in this place, Mr. Speaker, about the reality I face and many of my colleagues face in relation to housing estates, where you see elderly people downstairs of units where the bathroom is located, but their bedroom that they lived in from the time they were placed in the unit is upstairs. They've had to give up the unit. And I will say again that unless we address the issues of housing and making sure that we understand that there has to be preparation as well across our ministries, interministerial, to make sure that we understand the urgency of being able to help people to transition, or equally to be able to retrofit spaces to accommodate this growing elderly population, sir, then when we pass this legislation, we will find ourselves still experiencing some of the same issues that we have been experiencing before. Because legislation alone and systems alone will not solve the problems and the challenges that we face in some of our communities. It is not to say we do not create the framework, but we must equally move in a direction where we understand that there is a section of our population that is unable to afford the retrofitting and the costs associated with caring for people in the home. And whether we can lend the assistance through the RUDC or whether we can do it through the NHC, Mr. Speaker, again, I will continue to make the case that we have to, while we are going after a number of the funds to be able to do other things, that we equally have to address this issue aggressively of housing and how we help people to transition. I have an elderly relative, Mr. Speaker, who is, her husband died several years ago, left her with a relatively big property, about 24,000 square feet or so of land. Children overseas, they're not necessarily in a position to contribute to her upkeep. But one of her biggest concerns right now at her age of 84 is being able to transition to a smaller accommodation, not because she doesn't want to transition, but because finding somewhere where you can transition to in this environment, her pension alone will not allow her to be able to do so easily. So these are persons who sometimes are in a different bracket. They're getting the pension, they're not in a housing estate, but there are a number of elderly people, and in speaking to real estate agents, this is a common thing that our elderly population is facing. You have elderly people who have gone through divorce, and in their, what should be their twilight years, enjoying the house that the two of them have built together and that they've paid for a mortgage together, you have people who end up separated, as you would know, Mr. Speaker, that now for the first time in their lives, they're approaching 65, 70, and they now have to go their separate ways and take the monies and sometimes $200,000 you're getting in your hand. After you finish paying the lawyers, you're left with very little. And they have to figure out how to be able to take that money, be able to afford to be able to maintain themselves. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central speak to, again, that issue of educating persons. And I think that the ministry ought to certainly look with this legislation, as I would have said, in relation to the legislation relating to children as well, child justice legislation, that we have to spend some time educating the population about these issues. Things like preparing financial planning, preparing for your transition, understanding where your money is going to come from, making decisions early. Because if my aunt had made the decision early in relation to selling the property and she had the best advice available to her, or there was an agency offering that advice, if she couldn't afford to go to an attorney, she would be in a better position today to be able to help her to make the decisions that are necessary to take care of herself. And Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to make sure that this legislation, we breathe life into it by understanding the realities and the practicalities of what our elderly persons are facing in our society. The Honourable Minister, I think I will echo the sentiments that introduced this bill. We all know his passion. We all know his passion before he was Minister for the Elderly. And I have no doubt that he will do all that he can to breathe life into this particular piece of legislation. I have absolutely no doubt that he will. I think that the approach in the legislation as well to ensure that the facilities are registered is a good one, giving them sufficient time as well to make that transition. What I would hope as well is that some audit would be done of the facilities to see whether there's any assistance that can be given to some of these homes to be able to retrofit to make sure that they can take more people. Again, this is an administration that has made sure through the Ministry of Health that we've been able to subsidize some of the costs of people in homes. And I think that is certainly to our credit in terms of recognizing that everybody will not be able to be housed either at home or certainly within the hospital. I want to support the Honourable Member for St. George North, St. George South, who would have spoken about the abandoned school at South District. It has certainly been and I saw for a number of years. We share the boundary practically. But the truth of the matter is that we also have to look at some of the properties that may be under the Ministry of Housing, under the Ministry of Education, and again, see whether there is interest in the private sector to be able to retrofit some of these properties, if they can be retrofitted, because I know that that building has been lying there for quite some time. But we need to find ways to repurpose existing buildings and do so quickly. We also need to be able to have a program in place to ensure that I can stay in my house and I can retrofit my home, because I know that I am at some point going to require the type of assistance that may be required in an institution as well. Equally, I believe that we need to ensure that where there are persons in communities who currently look after elderly persons, that we bring those persons into the ministry and have conversations with them about how they can transition. Because the reality is there are already people in communities looking after old people. And therefore, instead of us saying that we cannot bring order to that, I think that we need to identify how many persons are out there even willing to take people into their homes, but they may need assistance with a ramp, they may need assistance with the same toilet facilities to be able to retrofit their spaces. What is it that is required to get the compliance with the standards that the ministry may require of people to comply with? The easiest way, I believe, to do it is to do inspections of the houses. Do random inspections. The people don't need to know that you're turning up, but you turn up and make sure that those elderly people in those homes are also being catered to. And rather than us run from this issue, Mr. Speaker, I want us to remember that in 50 years, 50% of the population is going to be over 65 years and over. And therefore, we do not have the luxury of kicking the can down the road because we do not want to deal with the difficult questions now, but rather I believe that we need to deal with this frontally and recognize that if we have an opportunity to have taken people who had no background in elder care and placed them into the homes of people during COVID and train them up, send them to do courses and to allow them to become persons who, in some cases, they have gotten their qualifications and they are now moving up the ladder to be able to look after the elderly persons, because they've gotten care of the elderly courses done, and they're able to now offer themselves to national assistant boards and to private institutions. Mr. Speaker, I want to humbly suggest to the Honourable Minister and his team that we see those people out there who are interested, that have the qualifications, and we engage some conversations as to how we can utilize them to be able to train them up and to ensure that we can deploy them in an even more efficient way across the system to be able to deal with the neglect that we see on a day-to-day basis with our elderly population across our communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. I hope that the mandatory reporting provision is taken seriously by those for whom it is intended. I note that it was also placed within the child protection legislation, and I'm not sure how effective it has been, because we know we come from a society where people don't like to snitch. And therefore, I think, again, as I said in that debate, I do feel that the aggressive public relations campaign is needed to explain to people the importance of saying things. In the same way we ask people to come forward and say when a crime has been committed, we need to be able to have that as the norm and not the exception. We need to encourage people to say, just as they would say when something is wrong with their health, as the Honourable Minister of Finance said, people need to talk more about what is wrong with them. People need to talk more about these things that will affect their daily lives. And therefore, we need within the ministries to ensure that not only are we working together, that we support the efforts of the Honourable Minister in now bringing to life a number of the things that are in this legislation. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I think it is fitting to applaud the efforts of the former minister as well, to whom he has now passed on the baton to the current minister, but to say that we have seen certainly the transformation within this ministry over the years with the various pieces of legislation, clearly a direction to be able to bring the reform that is necessary to a sector that would have been neglected for many years. There was a time when changing a name or putting paint on a building was seen as the only thing that we did as far as welfare recipients were concerned. And we have come full circle in the last 8 years, being able to see the transformation of reforms within this particular social sector that I think the country has been crying for. From the simple things of how you speak to people, to being able to bring legislation now to the fore that can be of the benefit to not only the elderly population, but to our disabled community as well as to our children. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I am obliged and I give my full endorsement to this bill.
Honourable Member Christchurch, Central.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, and wrapping up, this debate, I just want to say that I've heard every single word echoed by my colleagues, and I just want to give them the calm and rested assurance that we will be taking the appropriate action because at the end of the day, we are all invested in this fight to be able to care and protect our elderly population. Just a few things, Mr. Speaker, because as I was speaking, I was receiving some WhatsApp messages as well, and someone on the digital space asked me to define, for the purpose of this legislation, what is abuse. So I just would like to be able to give that definition so persons who are in earshot can understand what abuse is as far as this legislation is concerned. It really means any conduct or failure to act by a person which causes harm or distress, or is likely to cause harm or distress to an older person, including abandonment, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, and neglect. That's for the purposes of this legislation. I just want to let persons know there were questions being asked about facilities and how we are expected to roll out facilities across the Barbados that would ensure either residential respite care or day care for those persons who are part of this legislation over 65 years old. I just want to say that we have identified another facility apart from Sterling's in St. Thomas, which will become another residential facility for our elderly. And of course, there is one that is supposed to be at Odell's Glen in Walker St. George, and the member of Parliament for St. George North, she knows that place very well. Those are two identified so far. So we are going to move with dispatch to ensure that these facilities become a reality. The commitment from this ministry and this government is to have a facility in every single parish, similar to how we have made the commitment and we have started with the satellite centers for our SEA across the country so far. We have done the satellite facility in St. Philip. We have done one in Oystains, Southern Plaza. We are committed to opening within the next couple of weeks the one in Benton in St. Lucie, and we are going across this country because we believe that finding not only the physical space, but of course providing the social environment for persons who fall into this category. The question was asked from the Member of Parliament of St. James South as it relates to sporting activity and providing equipment in those parks, those clean and green parks that we would have created and parks across the NCC. I just want to let them know that I have had quiet conversations with the Minister of Sports, the MP for St. John, and he has given his acquiescence to that type of project to ensure that our elderly are able to balance their humors with an exercise program that is fit for purpose. The Member of Parliament for St. Peter, he allowed me to know that there is something called social hospitalization or social admission, which speaks to the fact that not that in all situations and circumstances where persons are brought to the hospital and left, that it may not be because of maladaptive patterns of behavior by the family, but of course, it may redound to the fact that the provisions at home may not be adequate to take care of the health needs and the social needs of persons, and that is why the hospital then becomes a necessary convenience. And he was quick to point that out to me, and I want to thank him for that. We had the Member of Parliament for St. George South, who asked for the continuous training. I just want to say that those persons who would have entered during the COVID or the community care program and the companion program, I just want to tell them that they would have trained up themselves with the help of the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institution, where they are now qualified, most of them, and those in the elder care program, so that they can meet the needs and the demands for persons within that sphere. The Access for All project person was asking about how we can ensure that those facilities are amenable for persons who are past the 65-year-old barrier. And I just want to say that government within the next couple of weeks will roll out the Access for All project, including access for persons within that age cohort. Allow me to also say that, as I said previously, the legislation spoke to both an interministerial committee headed by myself. The proposal is to have the Ministry of Health as part of that committee, the Ministry of Housing, because obviously the housing needs and requirements for persons with the elderly, and the fact that a lot of the land acquisitions will have to go through that ministry. The ministry responsible for sports and community empowerment, because obviously that a healthy aging has been part of the conversation, active and healthy aging, not only because of a United Nations declaration that we have signed on to, but we believe it's a Bajan thing, and it must be a Bajan thing as it relates to how we allow our elderly to enjoy their toilet years. Mr. Speaker, the legislation brings to bear all of the intricacies that we suspect and we know are important to the development and the improved livelihood for persons in this age cohort. We believe strongly that the time is right. There is never the wrong time to do the right thing, and so today is a blessed day where each and every single person who sits in this chamber recognizes and supports the fact that our elderly must be given the opportunity to be firm craftsmen of their fate and to be able to direct and dictate how their lives are supposed to be treated to. And with that, sir, I beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Speaker, I beg that you now leave the chair and the House be resolved in Standard Finance Committee. Intercommittee, sorry, for further consideration of the bill.
Second.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to call the bill in parts.
Permission so granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 to 4.
Chair, I beg that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 stand part.
I beg second.
The question is that Part 1, Clauses 1 to 4 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, Clauses 5 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Clause 2, Part 2, Clause 5 to 7 stand part.
The question is that Part 2, Clauses 5 to 7 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, Clauses 8 and 9.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 3, Clauses 8 and 9 stand part.
The question is that Part 3, Clauses 8 and 9 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, Clauses 10 to 15.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 4, Clause 10 to 15 stand part.
The question is that Part 4, Clauses 10 to 15 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, Clauses 16 and 17.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 5, Clauses 16 and 17 stand part.
The question is that Part 5, Clauses 16 and 17 stand apart. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, Clauses 18 to 32.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 6, Clauses 18 to 22 stand part.
32. The question is that Part 6, Clauses 18 to 32 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, Clause 33.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 7, Clause 32 stand part.
The question is that Part 7, Clause 33 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, Clauses 34 to 36.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 8, Clauses 34 to 36 stand part.
The question is that Part 8, Clauses 34 to 36 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, Clauses 37 to 40.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 9, that Clauses 37 to 40 stand part.
The question is that Part 9, Clauses 37 to 40 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, Clauses 41 to 46.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 10, Clauses 41 to 46 stand part.
The question is that Part 10, Clause 41 to 46 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg that you now report progress to the Honourable Speaker of the House. The passing of one bill into committee to the Speaker of the House.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable member Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg now that this bill be now passed and so cited as the Older Persons Care and Protection Act 2026.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Mr. Speaker, we revert to papers.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm commanded to lay the loan agreement, polyclinic upgrade and refurbishment of the primary healthcare system project signed between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Government of Barbados.
Honourable Member St. Peter.
To lay Convention 150, Labour Administration Convention 1978, Recommendation 158, Labour Administration Recommendation 1978, Convention 175, Part-Time Work Convention 1994, and Recommendation 182, Part-Time Work Recommendation 1994.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Wednesday, the 29th of April at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Wednesday, the 29th day of April 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 29th day of April 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.